The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. Come on in, brothers and sisters. Shalom, shalom. Let's go.
The East is where we're from.
Blessings, 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 blessings.
The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be. Manasseh, the Cubans,
From Shalom.
Puerto Rico,
Naphtali from the Isles of Hawaii.
the Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulun from Panama,
Yeah, the North American Indians.
Simeon, the Dominicans, our highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us,
At gunpoint.
together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled and fed.
All right, I'm all set up.
By the
Good.
rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. A high gather us in Colombia.
Oh,
Reuben from Australia. Issachar, the Mexicans. A highest gathering Israel. Judah, the Negroes. The highest gathering in Israel.
That's right, brothers and sisters. I'm Elder Ricard Shaw, the Gathering of Christ Church. Here we are. I'm sorry for the tardiness, but I was trying to get everything together. All the videos lined up, some of the technical issues here. I've got cracking in my ear right now. I don't know if it's the headphones or what. Maybe I need to switch these out. I'll find out in one moment. But all in all, how are you all doing this evening? And welcome to a long overdue broadcast. Is the mic okay? Is the sound good on your side? I have to make sure that everything is good before we begin really diving in. Really diving into the broadcast. Right? Is my mic good? Yes? Highest calling back Israel. Oh, yeah. I don't know, other lawyer. It could have been my headphones. I don't know. I'm trying to make sure. If they say we're good, we're good. Okay. Well, might be in my headphones. I'll probably have to switch these out sooner than later. Hold on one second. Okay. I'm going to stick with these. Shalom, brothers and sisters. Everything is good. Everything is good. First and foremost, I'm Elder Ricard Shaw, the Gathering of Christ Church, here with our weekly broadcast. And this is a long overdue lesson, okay? Or I would say discussion. I'm going to try, if I can, to get some phone calls in early, okay? I also have Zoom teed up in case Blog Talk give us issues. For the last week, there have been technical issues. There have been technical issues on the side of Blog Talk, so I have Zoom queued up just in case. Okay. All right. So we're loud and clear. So let me jump in. Okay. Let's jump in. All right. Again, I'm Elder Ricard Shaw, the Gathering of Christ Church. I would like to say all praises to the Most High. Ahaya Bahashim Yeshaya Warawak, that's the Most High God of the Hebrews. And I thank him for sending the true understanding at the very end, before judgment. And brothers and sisters, judgment is here. Judgment is on the docket. It is here. And man, the Most High said that the judgment will start at his people. And if that's not the truth, I don't know what is. He says it will start in my sanctuary. It will start, the judgment will come on the nations, but it will start amongst our people, which leads me to this particular broadcast tonight, right? As you can see, you see the title there, and we're going to talk about this. Sorcery and witchcraft within the unconscious community. Now, why am I going into this today? Well, I'm not going into this to claim or think that we are better than anyone else. Okay, it's all of our people who are suffering under the curses, regardless of our beliefs, our persuasions, and, whether or not we follow one ideology or the other, we're suffering in this Babylonian system altogether. The reason why I'm going into this, so that we could actually show forth a path that leads to unity. For a long time in our community, we believe that blackness, or what you would call black unity, whether it be political, whether it be religious or whatever, would be the unifying factor that could bring us together, just based on melanin. And then we come to find out that we were deceived under the guise or the cloud of blackness. And I'm going to talk about that today, right? Even Christ stated that a nation divided against itself cannot stand. And what we're going to go into is we're going to talk about sorcery and witchcraft within the unconscious, or what they would call the conscious community. All right? Because it's one thing to say that you're for our people, but aren't we working backwards if within the unit or within the movement itself, there's a foundation of straight destruction and immorality. And we need to point that out because usually those who are frustrated with the Christian church usually find their way someplace in the conscious community. Right? So we're going to talk about that because don't forget, the majority of our people that went through chattel slavery here in America in particular, or whether it be the islands or the Caribbean or whatever that might be, the unifying force that kept us together through all the hard times, including chattel slavery, was our core belief in Christ and the truth concerning in that Bible. It got us through so much. So in order for the conscious community or any other community to actually utilize us politically or financially, they must find a way to pry us away from the core belief that actually sustained us through all of the curses that have sustained us through time. Right? So here we are now, between the crosshairs, being destroyed by the nations, not realizing that the enemy lately has been within. And we're going to talk about that with the conscious community today. Hit the like button. We're under a shadow ban. So all in all, in order for us to drive traffic, and we need this broadcast out there tonight, please hit the like button. If you dislike it, that's fine too. It doesn't matter. As long as you're hitting something, traffic is being moved beyond the shadow ban to let others know that the Gathering of Christ Church is now live. Okay. Now, before Elder Lawyer, I go into and cue up some of the videos and the lesson or the discussion. I'm going to call that a discussion tonight. Before I cue up the discussion on Blog Talk and or Zoom, let me first talk about what's going on in the news, okay? Right? We're going to talk about this conscious community, right? Because what we're going to find out is, Elder Lawyer, is the conscious community Satanism hidden in plain sight? Mm. Is it actually a tool utilized amongst our people, given to us through the same forces they claim they're fighting, white supremacy?
Right.
Is it more a dividing factor? Right? Divide and conquer. Is it more so that than it is a unifying force to protect us from the quote unquote white man? Because the conscious community doesn't start and stop with just some of those that I'm going to mention tonight, but also it is actually permeated or made its way amongst Hebrews. Right? So we're going to get a definition of consciousness and all that in a couple of moments, the definitions that they have amongst them, and we're going to talk about this, right? Because don't forget, in order for them to get more of our people involved in this so-called conscious community, right? Let me pull you up, Elder Lawyer. This Elder Lawyer here. Shalom. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you for your presence.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Now, in order for them to bring more people into what they call consciousness, they must target those who predominantly follow the Bible. So they have to throw shade against the Bible in order to recruit. Now, I'm going to show you, Elder Lawyer, and I'm going to talk about the T.D. Jakes and the Puff Daddy connection to this also. I'm going to talk about that a little bit, right? I believe the conscious community, Lawyer, and you can give me your opinion if you would like on that. I'm open for it. I believe the conscious community and its whole concept and how it's set up would have did us better if they focused the confusion in the conscious community on those who have oppressed us. Can you imagine, Elder Lawyer, if the conscious community could have divided the so-called white people under all these different ideologies to the degree where they wouldn't have any moral foundation to stand on to stay in power. I mean, think about it. Suppose John, I mean, just hypothetically, suppose you was able to divide all white people everywhere within the United States, they hit white supremacy, right? And make sure all of them believe something different. Right? How would they stay in power if one did one thing and the other did an entirely different thing and they didn't have a core belief? It would be divide and conquer. We would have been better off if they would have aimed the whole rhetoric that they teach in our community towards what they would deem the enemy who's stopping us. And if y'all don't believe that, stay in tune with this particular broadcast, because someone is going to have to answer the question, have the so-called conscious community benefited our people? And if so, how? Now, we're going to leave that question for the end of it, right? But Elder Lawyer, right?
Yes, sir.
Before I go into this, I need you to give brothers and sisters an update on what to expect for the next academy, beginning January 7th, if you will.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, as you all know, we have a New Hebrew and Bible Academy coming up. Just to kind of give you some insight on the theme of some of the lessons. First and foremost, when it comes to the Hebrew theme will be Hebrew prayers. So from the week number 2 all the way through, it'll be nothing but Hebrew prayers every week. So that's going to be the theme for the Hebrew, alongside some conversational Hebrew as well. As far as some of the Bible lessons, as well as historical lessons, we have breakdowns such as the creation of the universe, precepts to the origins of life, breaking down everything that happened in between the first and seventh day of creation. How did everything come into origin, or have its origin in the beginning? Was it a big bang, or was it an intelligent being behind everything we see as well as don't see in the invisible? Well, all of that and more will be discussed in the breakdown of creation. We also have lessons dealing with who is Edom. How are the things of Esau searched out? If you want to know how to identify Esau according to the Bible, according to history, according to prophecy, so on and so forth, you want to be in that lesson, who is Edom? How are the things of Esau searched out? We also have the split between Judah and Israel, the fall of a dynasty. If you want to know how we were once united as a nation, but eventually through time became separated and divided, almost to the point where we view each other as two separate nations, speaking about the nation of Israel. Well, that information and more will be discussed in the split between Judah and Israel, the fall of a dynasty. We also have lessons such as the identity of Ruth, UFOs in the Bible, the Jewish relationship with the tribe of Judah, roundtable discussion on the purpose of man and woman. We have, for the first time in the academy, in any of the academies, in fact, I think in any lesson that we've taught since the history of the gathering of Christ Church, the breakdown of the 24 elders will be taught in this upcoming academy. We also have the prophecies of Daniel and the secrets of the times. Last but not least, we have walking with Christ, or walking with the commandments in Christ. So again, if you're interested, go to historytimes.org, and there you'll get all the information you need in order to be able to enroll in this upcoming academy.
Thank you, Elder Lawyer. Now let's jump right in. Sorcery and witchcraft within the conscious community. Now, I'm not making a claim of this, okay? Obviously, right, the conscious community embrace these particular religious, I would say, practices as some sort of, Elder Lawyer, empowerment, or what they would deem power to oppose the enemy, right? But what's sacred? Let me ask you, what are the moral stances in the conscious community? What is prohibited morally within the conscious community? Right?
Right.
What is it? Right? So we need to find out if it's Satanism in plain sight. But before we go there, everyone, I got Shapat in the news on my brain right now. Elder lawyer. Everyone out there right now was talking about P. Diddy and T.D. Jakes, and I have something queued up for that, right? Mm-hmm. Now, for those who've been following our channel here, A Gathering 144, and make sure when you get an opportunity, if this particular YouTube page have benefited your life, please do us a favor and go to the main site right now and subscribe. Hit the subscribe button and hit notifications. What we find out is there's so many people looking at our videos, but 30% of the people who look at our videos aren't subscribed, and about 60% of those who are subscribed didn't hit the notification and bell to let YouTube know that you want to be notified when we go live. Okay? One of these days, and I hope not too soon, will be our last broadcast. And I don't think any of you want to miss that announcement whenever that happens, because it means that's right. That means that we're well under the hell, and that's coming. Okay, the hell has overflowed beyond any point of control, and now I have to tell people, listen, here it is. This is what we have to do. We got a short amount of time, and that might be one of the last broadcasts. So you have to make sure that you're tuned in, because they're doing everything on the legal side to make it where information like this is quelled altogether or crushed altogether. Okay. Now, Elder Lawyer, let's jump in now. I'm ready.
Sir.
And thank you, Elder Dell. Thank you, Elder Yurok. Thank you, all the elders and all those who have supported the work, the bishops, the deacons, and all those who work behind the scene. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go in. Now, everyone now is talking about Puff Daddy. Everyone is talking about Elder Lawyer T.D. Jakes, right? And this is what I don't understand. I changed the title, right, because the original title that we were going to go into today, and I was going to push the conscious community back, is I was going to talk about homosexuality and the black church, right? Is that like something that was hidden since the church's inception within America or the Western world? Have that always been an element within our churches, unspoken, right? But Elder Lawyer, you know why I had to actually switch the title and just go into the conscious community? You know why? Because our, what you would call, main tech guy and producer who worked behind the scenes, AC, said, Elder Ricard, don't you know that you have to be careful what you say? Because according to the new YouTube guidelines for the last year, they've been really pressing on LGBTQ as a protected group, right? And there's many things that we need to talk about to help our people in the end times. And the last thing we need is to lose this channel over something that we can avoid. So I'd rather be here for the people than to say something that gives the platforms or whatever platform the excuse to probably silence what the world needs right now. And that's truth.
Right.
Right? So I switched the title and say, I'm not even going to go into that. That's something that we can discuss amongst ourselves and do it probably on other platforms, which will, which is more open for us to discuss certain things. And really, it's our religious right to be able to, point out what the Bible deems immoral. But all in all, Elder Lawyer, I need you to check this out. Think about this. I changed the title, right? The original title was Homosexuality and the Black Church, right? And I was told, nah, you probably don't want to go there. But it's ironic, Elder Lawyer, that YouTube has allowed everyone everywhere and our people to call out P. Diddy as gay, T.D. Jakes as gay, without any protection under those same guidelines.
Right.
They can do it with impunity, right?
Right.
So if they cannot be protected, where's the protection for them being called that by the LGBTQ community? So when is it okay? It's okay for you to, so you can quote unquote, you can claim that it's normal, right? That it's normal and born this way and everything else, that it's normal. But how can you use it to demonize someone if it's that normal, if it's moral, if it's okay? And why is it that you can talk about these two men who are black? How can you claim or put out things that will actually smear them publicly, right? And get away with it if they are a part of the letter group? Isn't that interesting? I need y'all to think about that. So it's okay to use it when you're weaponizing it against someone. And not that I'm in defense of any of them, because the whole thing is, if you've been in the music business and understand the business, that's nothing new.
Right.
That's nothing new when it comes to the rumor mill for either of them.
Right.
Right. So why now? That's the question, not whether or not it's out there. Number one, why aren't they protected by the LGBTQ? Why can they be slandered that way with a negative connotation added to it, which only brings more negative towards that community? And is it okay to do that if it's a black person? And if that's the case, if black people aren't afforded the same rights and protection under LGBTQ as white people who are LGBTQ, right? If they're not afforded the same protections, then what exactly is that particular community? Who leads that community? And why are certain people protected? And why do our people tie ourselves politically to a group that's really separate, that will only use us politically to gain votes for power, right? To insulate power, but yet aren't protected like the other races of people who are deemed LGBTQ or whatever the case is. I just want y'all to check that out, right? That's deep in of itself. Hey, Shapat, you can come on in here anytime if you would like. So this is why I took the title down, because the straight hypocrisy when it comes to when the LGBT group is a protected group and when they aren't, when our people are being attacked as being claimed to be quote unquote gay. I was looking for, when people started talking about TD Jakes and Puff Daddy, I was looking for them to come out like they did for Bruce Jenner, who now is Caitlyn. Are they afforded under the same protections, or is it different for them than it is for us? Now, that's number one, right? So, but the question is, Elder Lawyer, and I have everything queued up here. Or have these men in particular used up their usefulness for the powers that be who have always been against us? Huh?
Right.
So obviously there's a green light to violate certain things when it's a targeted person the powers that be are seeking to destroy in particular. Right? What I have here, Elder Lawyer, I have P. Diddy 2006 with a PSA. Right? Now, guess what? There was no problem with P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, when he was doing this. Fair use.
There's a lot of things I don't like about this country. We're willing to be beaten for democracy, and you misuse democracy in the street.
Why vote? It's just a waste of my time.
You can't keep anyone in the United States from voting without hurting the rights of all other citizens.
People die for the right to vote. If you don't vote, you don't have the right to complain. Vote.
Now, elder lawyer, this is Rock the Vote with P. Diddy. All right, let me pull you up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me make sure. Hold on. Let me make sure. Hold on. Let me make sure you're right here, because you're not right here. This is Rock the Vote with P. Diddy, showing Martin Luther King. I don't see no Bayard Rustin, right? Who they try to pull out during the time of Barack Obama, claiming that he was a key component of the civil rights, right? Now, folks, Wendy Williams and all of that, before there was YouTube and all that was coming off, she was on the radio talking about, can anyone guess who the gay rapper is?
Mm-hmm.
I remember that.
Right.
Okay. These rumors been out there. So why are they doing it now? Why have he been protected so long, politically and otherwise, right? When he was doing stuff like this.
There's a lot of things I don't like about this country.
We're willing to be beaten for democracy, and you misuse democracy in the street.
Why vote? It's just a waste of my time.
You can't keep anyone in the United States from voting without hurting.
At the same time, he was attached to Clive David, who recently, not too long ago, came out as what he said.
I think he's like bisexual.
Bisexual.
Like yeah.
Back then, he was connected to Clive Davis. But I don't see no rumor mill and no one out there attacking Clive Davis for his religious persuasion, for his connection when it comes to people calling him out concerning how some of the contracts that some could claim weren't right towards our people, using us to actually, financially come up on us, and his lifestyle. And I'm trying to figure out where the Tasha K's and all these other people who come out at a certain time, why is it you never see none of these rumor mills attacking the so-called white supremacy? Not that I'm defending any of them, because guess what? Eventually judgment come on those who don't repent.
Right.
So some people can look at this and say, okay, this is some level of come-upness, or reaping what you sow, or whatever the case is. But why now? When he was used for this, he was
People
okay.
die for the right to vote. If you don't vote, you don't have the right to complain. Vote.
Right, elder lawyer?
Mm-hmm.
So he said
Right.
the right to vote, to use us, pulling on our what? Our emotion strings, right? Pulling on our heartstrings to get us all in, to actually have other people in place who are now benefiting from the civil rights our people died for. Died under. We died for civil rights. Many people didn't make it to see where other people, the same people who have enslaved and destroyed us, would benefit from the civil rights more so than us. They needed someone grassroots who came from us to convince us the system was for our people. Only, elder lawyer, so when the money came, right, when the civil rights money pie came to be divided, it seemed like everyone else, black and brown people, LGBTQ, everybody except the people who died now are getting the controlling slice of the civil rights and now control our people within the community. Right? And the same people who said rock the vote and got us out there to vote, who have what? Political power in our community right now, isn't going to protect P. Diddy, who's now being called, gay by his own community and others. But I digress. I'm just showing the hypocrisy. How it's okay at first, right? Because you can't, judge and all these others we hear, right? But then when they want to use it to politically destroy someone, it's okay.
Right.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's go to T.D. Jakes. So the question is, are they done with some of those people they utilized? Who they utilize in our community, the corporations utilize to actually internally destroy us. Are they done? Have they insulated so much power that they don't care for their taskmasters anymore and are now throwing them back into the same pool they got them from to destroy them with the people they targeted from the beginning? And I'll tell you, that's a great possibility. Those people aren't any people. They're the children of Israel, according to the Bible. Now let's go to T.D. Jakes real quick, and then I'm going to go back about 3 years. Bishop T.D. Jakes, when he was totally useful for the system that be, for the powers that be, where he was totally protected when it came to doing what? You got it. There was no negative concerning, they wasn't going to allow any negative against T.D. Jakes a couple of years ago. When it was time to influence us to follow the status quo during the quote unquote sickness.
The virus has killed 500,000 plus people. The vaccination has not. So you weigh one against the other, or at least I did, and decided to take the risk. We're here at the Methodist Medical Center. We're going to get our shots done, our second one. We've already done the first one, waited the several weeks, and we're coming back to get our second one done.
It's very clear that long-term side effects are not something to be worried about.
The decision about whether or not it's...
Now, personally, we listen to God here. People can do whatever they want to do. But how many people understood, Elder Lawyer, or knew that picture with P. Diddy and T.D. Jakes was before the earth was shut down under the pandemic? How many people know that picture of him with P. Diddy was before all of this? But why didn't they allow P. Diddy or T.D. Jakes to be smeared negatively throughout the news? Right?
Right.
Because politically, it was what? Politically, it wasn't advantageous. At the same time that stuff was shutting down and all these other things was happening, you had Kanye West going off against a particular group. And then a day, Elder Lawyer, that they claim that now Kanye West is no longer a billionaire. A few days later, they said P. Diddy is a new billionaire.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Right? And P. Diddy came with a lot of, what you would call standing up against anti-Semitic adverts and others. So there was no negative that was allowed on YouTube at that time against P. Diddy. Mm-hmm. Because he was being used as leverage, political leverage against Kanye West. Divide and conquer. There was no negative. Now, you think people didn't understand some of the, I would say, the proclivities of T.D. Jakes or Puff Daddy? Y'all didn't think they understood what they do in Hollywood and the music business and all that well before our current time? But why during this period, there was no one going after T.D. Jakes? It wasn't politically advantageous for them. They still had influence. They still needed us. Controlled. And now that they've gotten full control now, they don't need the taskmasters anymore. They are, let me tell you, they are straight cemented into all the levers of power we once held in the world. There is no pushback politically or otherwise. And Elder Lawyer, I'm going to tell you, as I play this, I'm going to tell you that when you look at the Maxine Waters and all these others, for the years, these people have been in office 20, 30, 40, almost career politicians. Now the people that are coming over, guess what? The new politicians will be what? Representing their constituency, and they're moving all of those that were of the civil rights ilk out of the way. You're going to see East Indians and every other people holding the levels of power, including LGBTQ, over our community, and it's permanent now. So I believe they needed them one more again to get us on board until there was no more power left for our people, whether it be religiously or politically. Fair use, educational use only. I just wanted to go there. I'm going to show you, I just wanted to speak, Elder Lawyer, of the hypocrisy right now.
Right.
Because I would expect, you know what I mean, that's a secular activity that the Bible is against. We're Bible teachers, okay? So you know what the Bible has what? The Bible has a stance against sexual immorality, period. Whatever somebody want to do in the secular world, that's their business, but the Bible have a stance on it. And I believe that's why people are coming against T.D. Jakes. But again, is this the first time we've heard of things like this with T.D. Jakes? Before that, Eddie Long, and then it politically just went away. People forgot right before Eddie Long died, Elder Lawyer, that a Messianic teacher or, you know, a Messianic Jew Christian pastor wrapped Eddie Long in a Torah. So obviously they need that political influence. So that when something goes down, there's a respected pastor whom we believe is a man of God the people will trust. And now, guess what? After so many people fell into the trap, I think the powers that be understand that the majority of people who follow what they were actually followed the Pied Pipers, they're not going to be, there aren't going to be much resistance within our community against them politically, because a lot of our people are going to probably be, you know, I'm trying to be careful of what I say here on YouTube, but they might not make it. So now the replacements are here. But I digress. Now let's go into Elder Lawyer. Hit the like button. We have 2,000 people in. We're about 500 likes short. Please hit the like button. We're in here thick and early. Sorcery and witchcraft within the conscious community. So we're going to roll it out now, Elder Lawyer. Is the conscious community Satanism hidden in plain sight? Right? Where's and I put this out there, right? Because a part of the conscious community, I believe, is also secular Christian churches. Right? Like even T.D. Jakes said that, well, the stance of the church on what you would call LGBTQ, which that's a new letter thing. We didn't know that growing up. We were just, it was homosexual or gay when he was growing up. It was just whatever it was. Right? T.D. Jakes said that the stance on that particular LGBTQ activity is constantly evolving. It depends on which church is more accepting or whatever he said, which depends on what church a person is a part of. You know, it's continually evolving, right? When it comes to whether or not, you know, he's mind you, he said, well, the Bible is clear on its stance against certain behaviors, but it depends on which church, you know what I mean, you're going to. As far as acceptance goes, it's continually evolving. So what does that mean? If you're a man of God, you have to stand on the word. Period. Period. This is what God says. And if someone comes, no matter what the sin is, they must come, even if they're struggling with the sin, with the knowledge that the sin could lead to death and hell. And that repentance must be a part of the rehabilitation. The spiritual rehabilitation comes with one accepting that what? That there's sin in them against the God they claim to serve. Right? Many people are struggling with sin. No one is saying to turn anyone away. But the blatant accepting it and turning a blind eye is a whole nother deal. Right? Now let's go into it, Elder Lawyer. Sorcery and witchcraft. And I'm trying to figure out why P. Diddy and others aren't getting the same protection as Bruce Jenner, Caitlyn got. Oh, he's of the same reason when the crazed Palestinian woman who they said probably came out of a mental institution, MK Ultra, how she ended up backing up a car just ironically at night, right, in a building where UPK was actually holding service. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, that's a good point. You can come in anytime, Shapat, but I'm about to jump in. You probably want to talk about some of this as I go in, just let me know. But let's go now. Let's go. Speaking of the conscious community, Elder Lawyer, right? Here's the questions we're going to lay out, right? We're also going to lay out at the very end and remind me in case I go beyond. Sometimes the Spirit takes me into different areas of the discussion, depending on the interaction. Elder Lawyer, remind me at the very end, I'm going to show the danger of unifying under the term black.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure you remind me of this, because that's a danger. That's a danger, our people identifying or unifying under just being black or melanin. We have to be able to unify morally first.
Right.
There must be a moral agreement, because why? Suppose you're sinning against the God in the Bible, and now we trust you based on your color. Now you're coming into our community, violating our families based on what you believe. So should I trust a black person who's a witch, warlock, who like little children? Should I accept you just because you're black? And especially if under your religion, it's lawful. Right? So we're going to talk about that. I have a lot on the docket. Who do I have on the docket today, Elder Lawyer? Well, I have the Nuwabics, Dr. York, on the docket. Okay. I have the Egyptologist on the docket. I have Umar Johnson from Philadelphia on the docket. And there's a reason why he's respected every other place except Philadelphia. Okay? Because People know him. All right. I also have some of what we discussed about the origin, Elder Lawyer, of Yoruba and black spirituality, the religion in of itself, its origin. Where is it from? On the docket. I also have some known celebrities, some respected influencers who've been counseling our people, respectively, right? Now, at the end of this, if you're from the conscious community, I open you up to Zoom and you can come on in, right? What are some of the claims the conscious community, at the very end, I'm going to throw this out there too, Elder Lawyer. What are some of the claims the conscious community make in their criticism against the Bible and of the people of the Bible historically? We're going to put that on the table too. Right? What are some of the claims they utilize to deceive the ignorant into letting go the Bible itself? Right? So we are going, yes, right. Get your popcorn ready. We are going. Now, some of our people, Elder Lawyer, is really starting to question what this conscious community is. Mind you, right? There was a serious, what you would call, scandal that rocked the conscious community not too long ago with Brother Polite. I don't know if you noticed this. He was actually, right, a proselyte. He was proselytized by the Dr. York Nuwabic community, and he grew up in his community, in Dr. York's Nuwabic community. And some of the same things Dr. York has been arrested for. That's right. Polite just currently got arrested for it. And you notice it was a big thing for a little bit, and it totally went away. Right? Now, this is the reason why we can't allow that to just go away like that. Polite has videos online where he's taking a Bible and shooting the Bible. Right? With a machine gun. Talking about, yeah, the book is really holy now. Sacrilege. The hypocrisy of Sonetta and Polite, because Sonetta was behind the camera when they went to speak to Tahar from GMS, because they knew GMS and others have what? Have an incorrect view of the Bible when it comes to marriage, especially in connection to what you would call minors. So they strategically went and spoke to Tahar and saying, well, what about young girls? What Polite says, suppose I had a young daughter, 13 years old. What's your take on that? And started smiling in the camera. And it was Sonetta behind the camera. Where Tahar and them say, well, as long as she's in her flowers and is able to have children, that's legal according to God. Knowing what the laws are here in America and how the majority of adults and people with common sense will look down on a grown man with a beard claiming to be a man of God, claiming it's okay to deal with an underage girl. He set the whole thing up to get that clip, to demonize anyone who would believe in the Bible as if all Hebrews or Israelites believe the same. So no, we're not going to let it go. Because it's people like him, Sonetta, who presented these destroyers to our community and continue to do so. Only to try to separate himself And he defended this brother all the way to the end. Now, it'd have been one thing if he would have said, you know what? The brother was wrong, and we're doing everything we can to help him through what he's struggling with and to help him with some level of rehabilitation, but I cannot connect myself with this. Okay? If it one thing, if he'd have took a stance, but he stood with that brother all the way through the end. And I'm talking about what? 13-year-olds? So we're going to go into this. So they went out there to make a claim as if Hebrews are seeking to go after young girls, 13 and 12 years old, when that's what Polite was just arrested for. And it wouldn't have been, listen. And what makes it bad is that what? His master teacher, whom he called the Most High, his Most High God, Polite said, is arrested right now for the same thing. So now sisters and brothers are coming together and saying, well, hold up. Was the conscious community set up in our community by the government to actually destroy our people under this guise of consciousness? Huh? Because the greatest movement that gave our people rights, elder lawyer, in America to stand against injustices, to show forth all throughout the earth that we're going to stand unified, was a Christian Bible front. If it wasn't for our people standing with the Bible, the freedoms we are afforded and take full advantage of would not exist. Okay? So now sisters and brothers are starting to see the grift. Right? Listen to what this sister said real quick. Anytime you want, you can grab some headphones, Elder Shapat, if you would like. It's some over there, I think, over there. Yeah, just unplug it. You can, right? Because you have to hear this, Shapat. You have to hear this. Just unplug it, right? Yeah. It's connected, yeah. Boy, did we got a broadcast tonight. So in order for these people to financially aggrandize themselves, they must lie against our book in order to continually feed the pool of the conscious community, because the majority of our people believe in the Bible. The majority of our people came up in the Christian church. So they must target our people and make them believe that what? That the Bible has been the enemy of our people. And that's witchcraft in of itself. Yes. Right? Right? So we're going to talk about this. We're going to start off with this sister right here, right? She has a few questions, right? Fair use.
One of the things that can make the conscious community so dangerous is our unmatched ability to build someone up just to tear them down. The essence of consciousness is to question everything. This need evolved as a way to fight centuries of indoctrination. But there's a difference between being a critical thinker and then being overly emotional and hypercritical. Just because someone doesn't move like how we think they should, it doesn't mean their moves are wrong. Every piece is different, and that's the difference between chess and checkers. People can put in years of work and say two things you don't like and they're thrown away immediately. Not understanding the stress and the skill that's required to deal with hard-headed black people on a massive level. I'm not even popping like that yet, and it's hella exhausting to me. I brace myself for the day y'all decide to come for me. I know it's coming. It comes with the territory, but I'm strong enough mentally to withstand it. We ask where our leaders are, as if we don't assassinate anyone's character that we vaguely disagree with. As if we're humble enough to submit, destroy our ego, and allow ourselves to be led. Being a critical thinker is vital, but being hypercritical is detrimental to ourselves and our community.
Now, Elder Lawyer, there's a few things that that stands out here. The whole idea of consciousness, which was created here in America, that nonsense we see today, it's nowhere else on earth. It started from here, and it began to spread its way into the other places our people are dispersed, predominantly of Negroid descent, of the diaspora, right? But the root of consciousness, this mess, is America within our community, right? Now, what she said is the idea is to question everything. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with questioning what people have placed before you. There's nothing wrong with that. But what if you're questioning the only foundation or the record that can actually put us all back on code? So it sounds good on the surface, questioning everything. But while we're running around like Keystone cops, right, not solving anything, there's a unified front that's destroying us.
Right.
So it's time we begin to take these debates and put all that crap on the side, because I believe that's to keep us still arguing over nothing while they do things like they've done for the last couple of years to destroy us. And when a crisis happens, no one has what? The knowledge otherwise to unify against a political, biological, or even a physical attack against our people. Right? So sisters are starting to wake up, right? And saying, well, hold up, what is this conscious community? What is the moral code of the conscious community? Is it really a do as thou wilt, so to not be judged community? And this is why those in the Bible aren't really included unless we're debating the validity of it. Right? Let's start off with the Nuwabics. I remember these brothers in our community. Dr. York and others, who's now arrested for, I would say, pedophilia, a disgrace, an abomination against God. Right? And you notice, Elder Lawyer, when it comes to these particular negative activities that come from these houses of consciousness, it never harms the people they claim are harming them. White supremacy.
Right.
You notice that?
Mm-hmm.
It never harms the people that they claim is harming them. Oh, let's roll. Nuwabics. Let's see. We're gonna get some vanilla. Some vanilla views, no pun intended, on the Nuwabian nation. Now, I remember these guys running around our communities, right? From New York, Philadelphia, different places, right? Eventually, they went into Georgia, not too far from Atlanta. The brother from Andre 2000 and others were attached, going down there visiting. Those in the music business, Erykah Badu, right?
The Nuwabian Nation or Nuwabian Movement is an American religious group founded and led by Dwight York, also known as Malachi Z. York. York began founding black Muslim groups in New York in 1967. He changed his teachings and the names of his groups many times, incorporating concepts from Judaism, Christianity, and many esoteric beliefs. In the late 1980s, he abandoned the Muslim theology of his movement in favor of Kemetism and UFO religion. In 1991, he took his community to settle in upstate New York. Then they moved near to Eatonton, the county seat of Putnam County in Georgia. His followers built an ancient Egypt-themed compound called Tamari and changed their name to the United Nuwabian Nation of Moors. By 2000, the United Nuwabian Nation of Moors had some 500 adherents. They drew thousands of visitors for Savior's Day. Adherence declined steeply after York was convicted of numerous counts of child molestation and financing violations and sentenced to 135 years in federal prison in April 2004. Thank you for watching. Like and subscribe if you would like to view more of our videos.
That's a light way to come after
Have a nice
135 years. Thanks for watching. 135 years. There was no public outcry within our communities to say, you know what? This man harmed the community. It was irreparable what he did to our community. I don't believe that the so-called white man could have done any worse. The same white supremacy they're talking about. At least the children were safe to some degree, right? You got to think about this. And then the defense came out initially. Oh man, you can tell that wasn't Doc. That couldn't have been Doc. You can tell that he was forced. He was forced to plead. Huh? Listen, no. Not if you believe in the Most High. Not if you, and not only that, Elder Lawyer, I want to point out this because you was a young man when I seen the rise of this particular community. I was there. You was a young man. And I'm going to tell you this right now. Okay? I seen him go from New York into Atlanta and I seen the fact that we were given, let me tell you, we was giving them the business on the streets. To a degree, Shapat, it was to a degree where Dr. York couldn't even answer any of these questions, and he made a book. He said, buy my book. 360 questions, 360 questions to ask the Israelites. And all the questions were simple as a day's old. Because they couldn't answer us and we were totally annihilating their ideology that was just cobbled together from all these different ideologies. With what was the unified faith within all of it? Islam. Because he could not debate what we were bringing forth with our people being Hebrews. He just said, listen, y'all buy my book. Here's 360 questions you could ask. And let me tell you, I had the book, Elder Lawyer. I had the book. And when they came up on the street, I'm at 15th and Market or 8th and Market, right? I would say, listen, I'm going to help you out, okay? I'm going to begin to ask these questions for you. I'm going to go down all these questions and tell me when you would like to stop. I'm going to answer every question. And then you have to go back to your master teacher and ask, right? Why he won't answer them. Why, right? Why he won't answer them. Right? Oh, yeah. Hold up. Gaja was a part of the community. Gaja said what? That book York wrote, Sodom Misinterpreted. Oh, yeah. He had a book called Sodom Misinterpreted. Because the Bible speaks clearly against certain sexual activity. So to justify his activity, he had a book called Sodom Misinterpreted. The Bible isn't interpreting what Sodom and Gomorrah is really. Right? And I'm going to hit that. Whenever you're ready to come in, Gaja, we can do this. Right? Because don't forget, Gaja was a part of the conscious community when I met him in England. He told me, no, you can't come in here listen, I'm the only one in the whole building with a Bible. That place haven't been the same since we went there. Okay? And you would never guess why Gaja and others were kicked off of the broadcast. Well, we did a broadcast with a rabbi, Nate the rabbi, and we were pulling out all types of key information that he wanted to conceal, that eventually he couldn't hold himself. You know, rabbi, Jewish rabbi, was a nice dialogue. It was the JDL in the United States who called that radio station and said, y'all better have those people off of that broadcast immediately right now. And this is why Hebrews cannot teach from Peace FM no more. I thought y'all was about black consciousness. How can you let the Jewish JDL come in and shut you down? So let's figure out who's really running Peace FM. I'm just asking a question. You're going to choose another group over your own black people? Right? So, Elder Lawyer, there's more. So let's talk about when the Ansars or the New Wabic community, and mind you, when this happened, you had Sinetta and others years ago defending Dr. York, claiming what? He was coerced. The ringleader who brought all of these people before the public to give them notoriety, to get more access and cast a wide net to destroy our people. More. Check this out.
"70 miles southeast of Atlanta, Eatonton is the seat of Putnam County, best known as the dairy capital of Georgia.
Oh, they got 400 and something acres. Goes up to that corner yonder.
William Larman is a dairyman, and he's talking about his new neighbors.
Oh, yeah, I'm happy for them.
But they are not dairymen.
Because they said they come from what? Ritz. Planet Ritz, I think.
It is not a joke to the people who've built these two large pyramids and elaborate Egyptian-style ornamentation and put up rows of double-wide homes on some 400 acres of rural Putnam County farmland and woodland.
How many people live here?
Got different families that live here.
It's a place that granted our request for a visit inside the secured gate, allowed us to watch the workers build new ceremonial structures, allowed us to listen close up to the continuous chant broadcast from a speaker bank at the top of one of the pyramids.
For people that want to get spiritually in tune with the innocent.
But for the most part, sidestepped our requests for answers.
What about the guy from another planet?
Make sure you get all of them.
Are they a cult?
Depends on definition of a cult. Certainly there are many characteristics similar with other entities that are defined as cults.
How long you lived here?
About 6-7 months.
Jerry, our tour guide, says he came here from Alabama. The sheriff says most of the other residents come from the Northeast, New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore. How many, including how many children, is unclear.
He's Yanun?
He's known by many names.
The group's leader is identified in literature as Malachi Zodok York, the Supreme Grand Master. He is described as a charismatic speaker and apparently a prolific writer, producing monthly newsletters and dozens of books.
He says that he is from the 8th planet in the 19th galaxy of Eliwun, a universe far outside of this one. Does it make sense to you?
That's in the book. If he wrote it, then yeah. We're from Orion. Dr. York is from Risk. He's from Orion. What's the deal? It's nothing strange. It's just new to the public.
The vast majority of cults are started by an individual who's extremely charismatic, who's very confident, very commanding, in some cases very demanding, expects an awful lot of the followers.
So this is the Compound nightclub?
No, it's not a compound.
Oh, it's not a compound? I'm sorry.
Not at all.
They go to
The
nightclub.
centerpiece of the Putnam County property is a nightclub the group opened in October. At midday, it was in high decibel preparation for an upcoming party. Outside, there were parked 3 stretch limousines.
Oh, it's an Egyptian theme park.
This is a theme park?
An Egyptian theme park.
Now, there's some people who think this is a cult.
Well, there's 2 ways to look at it. We don't happen to have a religious belief. You follow what I'm saying? Now, on the other hand, culture, there's a connection there. So if you say we're a cult in the sense of we found a culture that works for us, yeah.
Are they dangerous?
I have no information to indicate that they are dangerous.
What they are is a roadside curiosity to native Putnam Countyans and to the folks.
All right, what you say?
Whoever that government official was, I guess
Yeah.
police or somebody, he said they are not dangerous. I wonder why.
Yeah, I wondered. The government was there saying, they were saying, listen, these people aren't dangerous. They're fine.
I wonder why.
Right? You know why they aren't dangerous? Because they aren't affecting the same people they call white supremacy, who's an enemy, as they claim an enemy against them. It's like, no, these people aren't dangerous. They don't bother us. They bother their own people. Right? Is there people that's going to be destroyed through this foolishness? Right?
Folks inside the gate, a community with children and entertainment and an Egyptian theme, and a leader they call Grandmaster, who writes that he's from another planet.
Maybe the spaceship come in here and I could get away with him. With them on it.
You see all that we're building out there?
Yeah.
Does it look like we're going anywhere soon to you? We build it. It's so beautiful out there. It's a beautiful, peaceful environment where we invite any nationality, any race to come out and visit.
400 acres, y'all. Hold up. Now let's start here. 400 acres. Funded solely by our people. I need y'all to think about that. And you wonder why we can't come together. It's not that we don't have the finances. Christ stated, a nation divided against itself cannot stand. The grifters have come in and usurped the authority that came through those who once believed the Bible, who stood on this Bible. They came in to usurp it. Right? Now, there's more. There's more. Because speaking of Dr. York, and that's why I wanted to ask Elder Lawyer what was their moral standings to benefit our people. Here's one of the books Dr. York had. Thank you, Elder Gaja. Here's one of the books. Sodom Misinterpreted. See? This is definitely needed, right? Sodom Misinterpreted. Right? Now, why did Dr. York and those who are with him, because he could not have done this by himself, why were they interested, Elder Lawyer and others, in making a book, Sodom Misinterpreted, as if how the Bible interpreted what Sodom and Gomorrah were doing, as if the Bible was wrong according to what those actions are? Why can't you just use the interpretation of Sodom and Gomorrah according to Genesis? Unless you're trying to justify certain behaviors the Bible disagree with. How many of you knew that Dr. York, so we all know that according to his own book, they have a different view of Sodom opposed to the Bible's interpretation. Right? So they have their little compound dealing with whatever they wanted to deal with, justifiably so, because their interpretation of Sodom and the activities of it is entirely different than those who believe in the Bible. And in the book, it welcomes the spirit of homosexuality. A matter of fact, in the book, it's empowering. It releases, according to in the book, and don't forget, I'm going to have this book and others as we go into the witchcraft in our community in the academy, where it talks about opening up spiritual gates and all that through that activity of man on man or woman on woman love, as they call it. Sodom misinterpreted. So according to the conscious community, that, you know what I mean, this is religiously acceptable. Let me put it that way, right? So that's religiously acceptable, right? They said that he was from the planet Risk. All right. Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah, they said, Elder Lawyer, that the man-on-man activity opened up vortexes.
Right.
Pause. Pause. But let's go straight here.
Well, I'll say this on that, Salakia.
Yeah, go for it.
I think Malachi York and what's the other guy's name? Aleister Crowley are very similar in this regard. It's only so much you can do, or only so long you can go back and study some of those ancient records with the ancient philosophies and ancient rituals before you come across this type of activity as a part of the ritual. So obviously, once you start coming across that information, if you are a true practitioner and not just, because what you call the conscious community for the most part is just people going back and looking into this information on Kemet or going back and researching this on Nubia. But for the most part, I don't think a lot of people really get into it's a minority that really delve into the ritual aspect of what goes on in those ancient records. So Malachi York, like Aleister Crowley, going back and actually being practitioners, they saw this type of activity going back into some of these ancient philosophies and ancient rituals, and they started implementing this and started partaking, and therefore sodomy had to be misinterpreted as something positive and good, because as you said, it opens vortexes and opens up your chakras and all these other things they claim it does.
Hey, listen, based on what I'm hearing, they opening more than chakras. But here it is, you got the vortex going on. But what they're saying is that it's among, this is what brothers and sisters don't know. Aleister Crowley, keep in mind, he was a key, what you would call high priest of the occult world. So even though this wasn't, I don't believe, explained amongst everyone, I'm sure in secret priesthood circles, that's why we're going into witchcraft and sorcery. They believe that it takes them to a higher level of their craft and participating with that sometimes, right? Which is, what they would call probably bisexual, but ritualistically. And a lot of our people didn't realize what we were actually being lured into in believing in some of these conscious ideologies. They didn't know the core root. That's why you have to ask, what are the moral codes within any particular group or whatever the case is you are associating with? What is prohibited? What are the rules? You notice it's always vague. What are the rules when it comes to the conscious community? Mm-hmm. Is homosexuality allowed? Historically, or whatever the case is. Because we know what the Bible stances are on that. Witches, warlocks. What about dealing with witchcraft? Is that allowed? Should you be upfront with that? But I digress, because Elder Lawyer, we're still going now. And what do we have here? Maybe this is what they were hiding in those pyramids over there in Atlanta, right? In Georgia, excuse me. Maybe this is what they were hiding. The fact that there's some of this activity that's deeply rooted within Egyptology. Fair use.
Khnumhotep and Nyangnom were the first gay couple in recorded history in 2400 BC. The two men were royal court manicurists who lived in the ancient Egyptian city of Saqqara, and were buried together much like a married couple.
Now, that's history there. Let me play that once more. And I'm sure Dr. York knew this history.
Khnumhotep and Nyangnom were the first gay couple in recorded history in 2400 BC. The two men were royal court manicurists who lived in the ancient Egyptian city of Saqqara, and were buried together much like a married couple.
Now, Elder Lawyer, you very rarely hear Jabari over there, one of the main staples of this conscious community under Sinetta, speaks about this history connected with Egyptology, or whether or not it's immoral according to that science or that belief system. Right? Because they understood the truth about this. There's a lot of vulgarity under certain type of sexual actions that you can find written within the hieroglyphs and all that, where they were, and their tombs and all that. Activity that was anti-Bible. Right? And this is why what? When the Most High brought the children of Israel out of Egypt, Elder Lawyer, he said that we were not, and I need you to get that, we were not to dive into the sexual immorality like we witnessed amongst the Egyptians. I need you to get that, Elder Lawyer. He told Moses, that stuff they doing up there in Upper Egypt, don't mess with that. Right? Now, that's another thing. Now, if people want to do that secular or whatever, that's their business. But we're talking about what? Them targeting people who predominantly once believed in the Bible. Regardless of what you might say about what the Christian churches are doing, at least the book has the moral foundation our people can stand on. Regardless of what the people are doing in the churches, the Bible is against the illegalities and evil you see the pastors and preachers are doing. Okay? We're going to get that scripture in a moment, Elder Lawyer. What scripture is it? Chapter and verse.
Leviticus 18, and you can start at Leviticus 18 and 1.
Let's get it. Let's get it real quick. And this is why the conscious community is against the Bible. Right? This is why. Because if Dr. York came up with his new interpretation, Sodom misinterpreted, what is he doing? He's having Bible scriptures and saying, well, nah, that's misinterpreted. The white man put that in there. You know what I mean? Next thing you know, you turn the picture, Elder Lawyer, and there's a picture of the village people there. Now, right here is where it's at.
Right.
YMCA. Leviticus, what is it? Let's get it, Elder Lawyer. Chapter and verse.
Yes, sir. Leviticus 18 and 1.
Leviticus 18 and 1. And this is why God said this. And this is why the conscious community hates the Bible. Because it calls out some of the mess they hide when it comes to what? Their activity. Right? Hold on. Let me get this. Let me get it. Hold on. Let's get it here. Leviticus. Now you notice right here, right? It says what? Now we see why there's so much activity going on, right? When it comes to, and they try to push it to the side. I believe every week in the conscious community, they should be talking about who introduced polite back into the community. Okay? Using him attacking Hebrews to give them a platform. Right? Unlawful sexual relations according to the Bible. Let's read it, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Leviticus 18, verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, I am the Lord your God. After the doings of the land of Egypt, wherein ye dwelt, shall ye not do.
Look at that. After the doings, we're giving you the origin of some of the satanic evils you can witness in the conscious community that's hid in plain sight. After the doings of the land of Egypt wherein you dwelt, shall ye not do. This is why Egyptologists don't like the Bible. Because the Bible calls out what? Egyptian perversions. Read.
And after the doings of the land of Canaan, whither I bring you, shall ye not do.
Now we're going to deal with after the doings of the land of Canaan. Why? Because the land of Canaan and some of their doings are connected to the witchcraft you'll see even so-called Umar Johnson doing. So when people talk about they for black people and all that, listen, speak for yourself. You're not for us. We don't want you to speak for us. You're evil. You're unrepentant. And this is why Vlad, this is why the Breakfast Club give these people platforms to spread their sin, to further erode our communities. Read.
It says, neither shall ye walk. In fact, it says, after the doings of the land of Egypt, wherein ye dwelt, shall ye not do. And after the doings of the land of Canaan, whither I bring you, shall ye not do. Neither shall ye walk in their ordinances. Ye shall do my judgments, and keep mine ordinances, to walk therein. I am the Lord your God. Ye shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, which if a man do, he shall live in them. I am the Lord.
Now, what's good about these statutes and judgments, it doesn't matter whether or not you're in the conscious community or if you believe in the Bible or a Christian. Doesn't matter. These are clear statutes that highlights what's right and or wrong when it comes to what? Sin. So that now a preacher or a pastor is without excuse. Because these are the things the Egyptians were doing. Right? So the preachers aren't absolved either if they're doing these sexual immoralities that the Egyptians were doing. So when they try to claim, well, the Bible isn't right, look at your preacher. Well, the preacher isn't following this either. He's going against the God of Israel. He's going against Christ by following the ways of the Egyptians. But this is what we do know, that the Egyptians' ordinances and ceremonies were evil to the degree where the Most High put in the law of Moses not to follow what they were doing, what? Amongst the elite circles and all that within Egypt. That's right, folks. Before there was such thing as Greco-Rome, before Greco-Erotica Rome, there was Egypt. Right? Read.
Yes, sir. Verse 6. None of you shall approach to any that is near to kin of him.
Listen, you're not supposed to deal with your own family. Now, who was doing this? The Egyptians.
Mm-hmm.
Your own kin. Right? Brother and sister swapping. Mama and son swapping. Father and daughter swapping. Right? See, when we go into this, usually, Elder Lawyer, we go straight to the precept and people say, well, God say don't do this and don't do that. But most people skip the fact that the Most High highlighted the nation who was doing this. The Egyptians. And folks, I'm going to tell you this. I visited and stayed in Egypt for a long period. Shapat visited Egypt. And folks, there's no Egyptian anywhere who would give any credibility to this brand of Egyptology over in America. They think these people are crazy. They're like, nah, you keep that over there. Even when it comes to Islam. Even when it comes to Islam, they know that the brand of Islam over here has nothing to do with the Islam over there. They'll tell you that. No, that's y'all people that y'all done made up some janky type of Islam. Nah, we don't deal with that. To them, they feel it's a bastardized type of belief that isn't rooted in their history or religion. But yet, they'll peddle that jailhouse ideology to our communities in order to erode or destroy our people who believe in the Bible. Right? Right? So, it's good, right? All right. So let's go to the next one real quick. Let's go to the next one because I have a lot to cover. I have a lot to cover here. Right? I have a lot to cover.
I have an interesting thought exercise real quick while you bring up the next one.
Yeah.
Being that we just touched on Leviticus, right? Brothers and sisters, if you've not been in the academy, you need to get in, right? We have, speaking of Sodom misinterpreted, from time to time there's this there's this section within the news called Sodom Watch, all right? Now, it's interesting because within that group, the alphabet group, the letter people, LGBTQ, right? P, LMNOP, whatever. By the way, what they call pedophilia will be the new addition to that group. But anyway, within that group, they have infighting.
Well, possibly. I don't know. We have to be careful. No, I'm just saying because YouTube got this little thing. So whenever they add a letter, they're going to add a letter. But, we're going to let that be. But go ahead.
Within the group, they have infighting with the members that are currently there. What is the infighting? You have those, okay, which the Bible speaks of, is against, but nonetheless, that's their choice in this world. You have those who are men that desire men, and you have those that are women that desire women. But here is the infighting within the current members who are already part of that group with the transgenders. The infighting is that they're upset and calling others within the group transphobic because they don't want to be a man who desires a man, doesn't want to be with a woman who thinks she's a man, and on the story goes. So being that there's already infighting and they, like the scripture says, a nation divided against itself cannot stand. That applies across the board. Corporations, bodies, people, whatever, right? So with all that being said,
be careful because
I got you. With all that being said, to put what's the phrase with the cat in the hen house or whatever, just to further.
You mean the fox in the hen
fox
house.
In the hen house? Well, speaking of us not getting protected, where's our protection if one was to join that group with an additional letter? Our sexual preference, we just read it, Leviticus. Let's add a new L to the group.
Yeah.
Where's our protection?
So I see what your point is right there. What Chapat is saying in a nutshell is for those who have a straight way of operating when it comes to marriage traditionally, why can't that be a letter in it too? Right? For those who choose traditional. Great point. But here it is, another thing. We have to be careful with that because right now, unless you're TD Jakes or Puff Daddy, you can't say nothing against that activity, right? Unless you're trying to take down one of our people, right? But now, let's go right here, because in the conscious community, as you can see, you'll usually see what? You'll see women like this. Now, she's a self-proclaimed witch. Fair use.
For me, and I get very emotional sometimes, and I like overthink, because I think when people look at, especially like Black spirituality, it's seen as evil.
The spirituality movement online is very broad.
She said, she says it seemed as if when Black spirituality is spoken, that is viewed as evil, as if it isn't. Right? So here this person here who's running around looking for witches, who's probably a warlock in of itself. This is the video, fair use, on YouTube that talks about the rise of witches in America.
Terrifying. My spirituality is such a sensitive topic for me, and I get very emotional sometimes, and I like overthink, because I think when people look at, especially like Black spirituality.
Now, brothers, I need y'all to see, yes, this is a very attractive woman too. So brothers, you have to be careful if you run into a woman and you ask her, do you believe in Christ and the Bible? And she says, well, I'm more so spiritual. Okay. This is where you exit right immediately. What she looks like on the outside isn't what's on the inside. Okay?
It's seen as evil.
The spirituality movement online is very broad, and it encompasses practices from a wide variety of cultures and backgrounds.
There's paganism, voodoo, brujeria, hoodoo, indigenous practices, and many, many more.
Everything he named you can find where? You can find in the conscious community. You noticed. Now, PBS used to be, growing up in America when I grew up, was an educational channel. That's right. Mr. Rogers, Sesame Street, Electric Company. So what are they teaching children now? Huh? I believe to some degree they use the conscious community elder lawyer to groom our people into Satanism. To groom our people into the activity of immorality and at the same time attack the Bible.
I agree.
Right? Now here we are now. Look at where we're going at now. Right? And mind you, the majority of these people who deal with all these different, I would say, sciences of witchcraft and all that, the majority of their origin, their root religion was Islam. Who do we got here? Now, remember, elder lawyer, this brother right here, Philadelphia, not even a mile from where I live. And again, there's no one in Philadelphia who take this brother seriously anywhere. Even the little group that he was a part of, okay? On Girard Avenue kicked him out of that little unit. And then there's proof when you go to the charter schools, this guy wasn't no principal. Okay? This guy wasn't no principal. Of course, I had to go down when I came back and do a little research, especially when I knew he was going to be on our program one day. Okay, he never was a principal. Never was a vice principal. The whole thing was he was on record under a charter school because they just needed some credentials because they was getting grant money, and the whole thing was a scam under these charter schools in our neighborhoods. They just needed people with certain titles or created titles to get the bag under these fictitious conscience charter schools. But I'm not even going to talk about that. Because guess what? There is no school and there will be no school. Okay, that's the hustle to end all hustles. We've been hearing this so-called school since 2009. He just keep moving it into another hustle for another year. There will be no school. There is no school. But outside of that, let's deal with the religion of this guy. He's at a graveyard. Fair use.
Cypress Hills Cemetery. I am looking for one of the grandfathers of revolutionary Pan-African nationalism. He goes by the name of Reverend Alexander.
Reverend who?
Crummell. He's one.
Reverend Alexander Crummell, who believe in the Bible and Christ, who had nothing to do with what you're talking about with this Pan-Africanism stuff. You see the confusion and hypocrisy that comes with these people? He'll come on our program and throw shade at the Bible. Looking around and doing what? Seeking to desecrate and disrespect a reverend who was inspired through the Spirit within this particular book.
One of the grandfathers of revolutionary Pan-African nationalism. He was Booker T. Washington's mentor. Booker T. Washington.
Booker T. Washington, another man who believed in Christ and the Bible. Revolutionaries, real revolutionaries, who were inspired through the men in this book, including Christ.
Dedicated a whole chapter of his infamous work, Souls of Black Folk, to the great Alexander Crummell. This black man was the first educated black man.
And by the way, he's hanging out in a cemetery, folks, screaming, disrespecting the dead.
To build an institute of higher learning for black men in the United States of America. He went to Liberia, where he became one of the first professors of Liberia College. He was a pioneer in the field of black social work. He spent 20 years in Liberia as a principal and a teacher.
Now, this is all what he learned in history class, black history class, folks. He's just quoting answers to the test to make everyone believe that he's intelligent.
And a preacher, and even lost a child in Liberia before he came back to the United States and continued his work for abolition, the end of slavery, the regeneration of Africa, and the unification of all African people. He is one of the pioneers of Pan-Africanism. He went to the African Free School in New York with another great Pan-Africanist, which I believe was Henry Highland Garnett. He was a colleague of my blood relative.
All these people, folks, believed in the Bible he's talking about and are acknowledging. But yet he'll come against the Bible.
The great and incomparable, the immortal Frederick Douglass, and I'm here looking for...
And yes, the family of Frederick Douglass said that, listen, cease and desist, okay? There's no blood connection between the Frederick Douglass family and this guy right here, folks. Okay? Not that I agree with his thing, talking about interracial and all this other stuff, snow bunnies and all this. It's comedy at this point. When Frederick Douglass married a white woman, but yet he claimed he's related to Frederick Douglass. You see the hypocrisy here?
For his grave. This is Black History Month.
He's going to find a grave.
I'm looking for the grave, brothers and sisters.
He doing what?
Where is he, brothers and sisters? We trying to find Reverend Alexander Crummell, one of the...
This man have no respect for the dead. Now, I'm going to give you the history of what he's doing right here. It's witchcraft.
Grandfathers of Pan-Africanism. Where is he? They told me in the cemetery office.
Can you imagine going to visit your loved ones, folks, and this guy's walking around on your mother or father's grave? Screaming? This guy have no respect for our people. I wish you would. And then he find his way into Ghana. He was in the Ghana palace. Now, if you're going to be where the slave ships were taken from, the port, wouldn't you go to Deuteronomy 28 and prove that these people are the children of Israel that was prophesied to go in the slave ships? But no, let me show you what this guy was doing, desecrating the place of our ancestors that were brought over here in cargo slave ships.
Bring forth the spirit, positive energy of our ancestors, and may it cool off their spirits, and knowing that we are here to remember them and that they have not been forgotten. And we first pour to Yahweh, Ashe. Next we pour to the lower, the Abusum, the Netaru, the Orisha, Obatala, Yemoja, Olokun, Ashe, Oshun, Ashe, Shango, Ashe, Ogun, Ashe, Ibeji, Ashe, Babaluae, Ashe, Eshu Alegba, Ashe, Oya, Ashe, Ochozi, Ashe, Erinle, Ashe, Aganju, Ashe. Next we call on our bloodline ancestors, brothers and sisters. These are the ancestors to whom we are personally and biologically related to. Who do we call? Who do we call? Now we call on our heroes and sheroes of the African race here, there, and everywhere. Who do we call? Ashe. Who do we call? 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 Male and female, young and old. Who do we call? Ashe. Who do we call? Ashe. Who do we call? Ashe. Ashe. We leave the last of the sacred water for the ancestors who perished here at Elmina from 1482 to 1870 and beyond. 400 years of oppression, 400 years of dehumanization, 400 years of rape, 400 years of molestation, 400 years of lack of self-knowledge, 400 years of being deprived of one's name, ancestry, culture, village heritage. For all the ancestors who come through here, numbering over 1 million, we say we shall never forget you. Numbering over 1 million, we ask you to come with us, go back with us to America, get on that plane with us, get on that taxi with us, go back to our very cities, and give us your ashe, give us your energy. The story is not over. Give us what we need so when we go back, we can know that you did not die in vain. We made it because you made it. You suffered so we can be here. We are here because of you, and would not be here if we did not walk on your shoulders, if we did not stand on your back. You are the reason that we are here.
What are we witnessing here with this idiocy that have never helped any of our people? This is why Vlad and others, the Breakfast Club, give people like this platforms. It's destroying our people. He's pouring libations, right? Let's get the history of libation, brothers and sisters. Let's get it. Hold on. Let's get it. 1 second. Libation. Let me get it. I'm gonna get that in a moment. I see what you're looking at. See that? Yeah. Let's get it. Let's get it real quick. 1 second. Libation. Libation. You see him there? Libation from what? The Britannica Encyclopedia. right? Libation, what is he doing there? Let's get it. Libation. Libation is an act of pouring a liquid, frequently wine, but sometimes milk or other fluids. Let me get it. Let me minimize this for you so you can see it. A lot of our people don't even understand what they're initiating our people into. History and society. Libation. That's a religious act, folks. Pouring out for the homies and all that. Here's the root of it. An act of pouring a liquid, frequently wine, but sometimes milk or other fluids, as a sacrifice to a deity. Witchcraft. There's no African spirituality. That's rooted in what? Ancient Babylonian and pre-flood deity worship. Okay? The Orishas and all that are what? The angels and the children of the fallen angels worship under what? Under the guise of Africanism. Right? Azazel, the scapegoat. Simjaza, the fallen angel. They are all worshiped under what? You got it, folks. You got it. They're worshiped under African spirituality till this day. This is why the Most High destroyed us for doing this. Right? Libation is witchcraft. Satanism out in plain sight. Now there's more. So this guy is a straight sorcerer, a deceiver. Now eventually, yeah, and a thief. Stole from the community. And haven't produced anything, only to in the future, he's going to blame our people to why. This so-called satanic initiative he's doing called the school, to why it fails, he's going to blame our people. Remember, I told you that first. Why? Because really, there is no consequences for stealing from your own people. If he was stealing from white supremacy, who he claimed he was against, if he was doing this to them, guess what, folks? He would have been arrested. Libations. He's a warlock, a deceiver, a grifter, a Satanist. Now there's more. Oh, Lord. And it's a shame because I believe she's such a mature counselor. But fair use.
I am a Yoruba priestess. I am a minister in one of the most ancient traditions of African spirituality that exist. The Yoruba tradition are based on the oracles of Ifa. So the oracles of Ifa are the...
He says black hired contractors. That's all a lie, folks. There's no black hired contractor that didn't do anything. Okay? Every week is going to be something else. Okay? People aren't even using brick and mortar anymore. So anybody that sent to that garbage is doing it because why? They want to. These people know there will be no school.
I am a Yoruba.
Ayana Van Zandt.
I am a Yoruba priestess. I am a minister in one of the most...
I am a Yoruba priestess, she says.
Ancient traditions of African spirituality that exist. The Yoruba tradition are based on the oracles of Ifa. So the oracles of Ifa are the sacred scriptures for the Yoruba people that teach you about living in order and value and balance. But the four basic principles for life that Yoruba people live by.
Now, sisters are going to look at this only to be inclined. They'll be inclined to leave the principles and morals of the Bible to follow this hot mess right here. So don't forget, the tongue of the devil comes in many shapes. It comes in many races. It can appear as many races, any gender, and it can also present itself as gentle.
Is number one, honor God. Have an intimate.
Honor what God? The God she's talking about, brothers and sisters, is Satan. Satan is the God of this world. So see now, what she just did right there is the con. Because it'll have those who don't know any better believe she's talking about the God you believe in or the Christ you believe in. That's like a Muslim coming to me just claiming that, he follow Allah. And they try to claim that God is my God. Nah, Allah is your God, okay? Because all gods aren't the same.
Intimate relationship with the God of your understanding. And since Yorubas didn't speak English, they didn't say God, they said Olodumare or Olorun. But that is not to say there's another God. It's just honoring the tongue of the people that are worshiping the God.
And here it is. Okay, yeah, sounds all good over here. But folks, Yoruba didn't and isn't benefiting the people of Africa right now. The greatest example to show that Yoruba could work would be if Africa themselves could use this to free themselves from white supremacy. So you can glorify and deify it all you want. But if the people you claim you got it from isn't fitting them over there, how can you bring this and peddle this to claim that it can help us over here?
And you know what?
Yeah.
They're being totally controlled three ways. Speaking of Nigeria, okay, where the Yoruba people are till this day. Mm-hmm. Three ways. Speaking of the so-called white supremacy, okay, the Catholic Church and others with their conquering in predominantly southern Nigeria. Then you have northern Nigeria, which was conquered by Islam, the Arabs. And who's the third? Well, we've seen videos with, ethnicities out there, or let's put it this way, people that practice a certain religion, saying you can be me.
You're saying Judaism.
Yes, those that follow Judaism, you can be me, but which would you rather be, an Israelite or an Israeli?
Yeah. That's deep in of itself.
So like you're mentioning, how is this thing so great when the people who have that, till this day, they don't need to learn about it, they grow up with that, are being conquered to this day.
And and I'm glad you're bringing this out because, folks, here's the issue. The gods they're serving while dividing our community, they can't serve these gods and goddesses better than the so-called white man can. Understand this. It tell you the beast gave Rome their power. So when you fall into witchcraft as a black person, guess what, folks? You're under the power of their top witches and warlocks who actually know how to operate and get more from that negative power source than you can. And that's why they can only peddle this crap in our community, because outside of our community, they look like fools. It doesn't translate to the rest of the world. See? One thing about this book with the Bible, I can speak to my people, but guess what? It translates beyond my community to be able to affect not just my people, but the world, according to a moral code. They'll only let that crap, matter of fact, they can only have that crap in our community because no other people on the earth takes any of that crap serious. Notice that. If it was beneficial, other people would actually cleave to it and utilize it for themselves. But they know that the conscious community in of itself have been what? A destructive force of divide and conquer, so that we could never get back to where we were when we were united with this Bible during the 60s. Hey, here we go. Now they're coming out from behind the shadows. Right? Let's talk about this. Ancestor worshiping. Now we have to watch out about the Hebrews, because you got Hebrews who deal with what the Bible calls Jewish fables, where they deify themselves by claiming that they were someone in the past within the Bible. Right? When they try to claim, oh yeah, I could have been Peter. Oh, I could have been Moses. And you notice all of these sorcerers that come with that satanic rhetoric come directly out of New York, which is what? The witch and warlock capital of the world. When a man began to deify himself as a god by claiming he was here before, it's ancient Babylonian Druidism. It's from the Druids. Going back to so-called Dr. York. Dr. York and so-called Umar Johnson. Because a lot of those titles, a lot of those things, I know, are fabricated. It can only work in this world by proclaiming your titles on the Breakfast Club, because that's where we get our news from. Ancestor worship. Let's talk about it. Ancestor worship. What is that? Hold on. Ancestor worship, the adoration or deification of the dead. Getting right to it. They'll get you out of the Bible when the Bible says you aren't supposed to worship the dead. So you think that he's doing something honorable, sitting there pouring libations, desecrating where our people were taken into slavery. You think he's doing something honorable, desecrating and disrespecting our graveyards where the ancestors who believed in the Bible died for something, while he stands for absolutely nothing. Here's the origin. Ancestor worship. The adoration, a matter of fact, let me get this here. Let me minimize it for you. Ancestor worship, the adoration or deification of the dead. That's what you see this guy running around doing everywhere, out of his mind. By the living members of the family, or, hold on, let me get this out of the way, or community. Ancestor worship. Cults of the dead. cults of the dead surrounded Israel in the pagan religious practices of the Canaanite world and were rejected by the circumcision scribe religion of Israel. We as a people were against the deification and the worshiping of the dead because they were using those demons as a force to break down our people as the children of Israel while we were in the land. And now they have this in our community as something to be glorified or to be practiced. Huh? Who's doing this? Who's doing this? Look at this.
Cypress Hills Cemetery. I am looking for one of the grandfathers of revolutionary Pan-African nationalism. He goes by the name of Reverend Alexander Crummell. He is one of the grandfathers of revolutionary Pan-African nationalism. He was Booker T. Washington's mentor. Booker T. Washington dedicated a whole chapter of his infamous work, Souls of Black Folk, to the great Alexander Crummell. This black man was the first educated black man to build an institute of higher learning for black men in the United States.
And this is what is called, brothers and sisters, this is an enemy of black people. And because our people are so removed from the knowledge and the love of this book called the Bible, we can't even recognize it otherwise, what an enemy of our people look like. This is what an enemy of our people look like. He's worshiping the dead in plain sight, which is a core, folks. It's a core tenet within witchcraft. We all knew that. The weird pagans back during when I was a little kid growing up, who would come into the neighborhood goth with black fingernails and all that, they were known amongst themselves to smoke and get high and go hang out in graveyards. Some of these whacked out white people who was a part of the occult and all of that. They were known that we even my father said, stay away from those weirdos. They hang out around there. They hang out around there at cemeteries. Seeking to do what? Seeking to absorb, the spirits of the dead. Witches and warlocks will tell you this is a key component within ceremonial worshiping of the occult. And we'll sit here because this guy has some type of silver tongue, but he can only convince the simple or the outright stupid.
Of America. He went to Liberia, where he became one of the first professors of Liberia College. He was a pioneer in the field of black social work. He spent 20 years in Liberia as a principal and a teacher and a preacher, and even lost a child in Liberia.
Nonsense. All the people he's speaking of believed in the Bible and would never go pour out libations and do what he's doing right here. Look at this.
Let's see. Looking for the ancestor.
Look at him, out of breath.
We got 25 minutes left. We gotta find him. All right. This is tougher than I thought.
This is tougher than I thought. Nonsense. Look what we've been relegated to, folks. Now, if y'all don't know the history of the Canaanites, this is Canaanite occultism. It have nothing to do with Africa at all. It's a shame. All right, coming on the end of this, right? Come on, hold on. I have more to show you. I have more to show you here, right? Why is it that at the very end, before I start opening up the lines, we have Zoom here. If anyone wants to come in from the conscious community and challenge the Bible, I'm more than happy in a respectful manner to discourse with you. Prove the Bible wrong. I'll pack up and I'll join whatever group you are a part of if you can prove this Bible to be wrong. And then on top of that, you must show us a unified moral code that we should follow that's better than what's written in the Old Testament. So if you feel that you want to throw shade at something and tear it down, claim that the Bible is this, that, and the other, and it's wrong, okay, we'll accept that, but replace it with what? Because the people you call white supremacy, their own code with their religion is called the Republic. Okay, they're not divided in their core belief for power. Okay? The people that you claim you are against and all that, white supremacy, they're not divided through Egyptology, Islam, and all these others. They're unified under one law here in the United States, and they'll die with their life's blood to sustain it, and it's called the Constitution. Where's our Constitution? What law are we willing to stand for and die for? And I'm framing this way because I'm showing you the destructive. This is why the liberal party and all that financed the witches, warlocks as a political system in our community to erode us from the inside out, targeting our children who believed once in God and that Bible. And this is the danger, folks, right here, to end it up. Here is a late 1800 definition, 1828. Here's the original definition for black and why it's dangerous for us to unify under so-called melanin or the term black. Here's the original definition of black according to Webster's Dictionary, 1828. Black, 1828 definition. The color of night, destitute of light. Destitute of light. Darkened by clouds as the heavens, black with clouds, sullen, having a cloudy look or countenance. Atrociously wicked. Right? Hold on. Let's get it again. 1828 definition. What? Let's get it. That sounds like the conscious community to me. Black power. Black power. Atrociously wicked was the original definition of black. Horrible as a black deed or crime. That's why the criminal element of our community, which have eroded our community, selling drugs and all that, predominantly came out of that community. dismal, mournful, calamitous. That which is destitute of light or whiteness. Whiteness is good. Black, bad. That's why they don't mind you claiming black, because they actually know the meaning of words. Okay? I'm brown, if you want to look at color. Okay? But I'm a child of Israel according to ethnicity, genealogy. See? Check this out. The darkest color. Rather, a destitution of all color, a cloth has a good black. Then it says who? After all that good stuff we just read, that's a little I'm being a little facetious here. It says what? A Negro. A person whose skin is black. Oh, yeah. It even have a little what's going on with P. Diddy right now. Blackball. Okay. Blackball. That means you're out of here. Right? Blackball. To reject or negative in choosing by putting black. I'm going to leave that there. By putting black balls into a ballot box. These are not to be counted. Now, here we go now. Here we go. Now we must pose the questions. 515-605-9327. Right? Is the conscious community Satanism hidden in plain sight? Targeting those who would believe in the Bible to destroy us while the white supremacy get enough time, until the white supremacy get enough political fortitude and time to destroy our people. Is it Satanism in plain sight? And if not, what is the moral code or the benefit of, what has been the benefit of the conscious community? We're open for that too. Right? Last but not least, what are the claims the conscious community make in their criticism of the Bible and why they can agree with anything else except the Bible? Let's talk about it. What claims they make to justify not dealing with the book, which identifies the evil we can discover within the community itself, be it the dealing with children, the immorality when it comes to sexual behaviors, whether it be man on man, woman on woman, whatever it might be, kinfolk dealing with each other. Guess what? In that community, there is what? There is no boundary, or right or wrong. How do we know this? If there was a moral code, they would have showed us already. Are they what? Were they and are they in particular a destructive force intentionally placed in our community to destroy us and keep our people from understanding the truth? The truth is that we are the children of Israel. And that we've always been a people of law and morality. Okay? And the only way to get back what we lost is to come back under that same law. Okay? So let's talk about it. Good questions. 515-605-9327. Lawyer, I'm going to call you right back. Let's talk about it. Right? And that's if Blog Talk will allow me, because it's been a week. We're paying this stuff and to no avail. But if not, we'll do Zoom. Either way, we're going to talk about it. I'm going to call you right back, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to pose the questions again. And if you're from the conscious community and you are respectful, I'm willing to hear what you have to say. Okay? And one thing I don't go for projection, and I don't go for changing the subject. They're good at that. Okay? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Blog Talk Radio. Let's talk about it. Hit the like button, because hey, it's about to, hey, let's get into it now. Waiting for the host. One second, folks. Blog Talk been giving us issues for over a week now. Look at this. And we're paying for this stuff too. Nothing. I've been dealing with this for over a week now. Obviously, someone don't like truth. Okay? Truth conveyed to the world. Someone, look at this. It isn't working, folks. But it's okay. It's all right. It's correct. All right. We're going to try this. We're going to try this one. 1 second. One more again. Come on, stick with us, because I believe that something nice is going to come out of this broadcast. Who knew Ayana Van Zandt was dealing in the occult type of thing, calling it African spirituality? The Oprahs and all these others who've been used to destroy our community. Folks, they did it from the inside out. Let's see, I'm going to try this. Yeah. 1 second. All right, try this. All right, seems like we're going to have to do the Zoom. All right, hey. And I guess I'll be doing some legal stuff when it comes to Blog Talk, or they're going to have to do some refunding over here. Straight up. No, it isn't working. We are currently experiencing issues with our broadcast system. Our engineers are working to fix the issue. They've been working to fix this issue, brothers and sisters, since about 2 weeks ago. All right, this is what we're going to do. All right. I'm going to do Zoom. We're prepping for the academy in a couple of weeks anyway, so we're going to be doing Zoom pop quizzes, so I might as well start here. All right, come on into Zoom. There go the link. If you'd like to say something, if you're from the conscious community and would like to answer some of these questions, I'll be more than happy to do so. In a couple of minutes, I'm going to bring in Gaja because he have to tell me what was the ins and outs of Peace FM when it comes to the conscious community, because he was dealing with that before he realized that he was Hebrew, before he realized he was an Israelite. So I would like his insight with an Israelite coming out of nowhere from the United States, presenting something that was totally contrary to everything that was at Peace FM, a so-called conscious radio show for the black community, so-called. All right. So we're going to talk about this. All right. I'll be right back as you all file in. One moment. And again, January 7th begins a new Hebrew and Bible Academy. You don't want to miss it. Shabbat is chopping at the bit with the news and what's about to come down the pipeline. You don't want to miss what's going on, folks. I'm going to tell you, because they're talking about a Black Swan event in 2025, whatever that might be. And I'm going to let y'all know what the Black Swan events, it could be anything, but it's going to mean something that would switch things around as far as the banking goes. That and more. And they're preparing for what happens in the United States if another election get finessed. All right. So hold tight. Let me pull this up. All right. Let's see. All right. All right, here we are. You see Zoom? Right here? All right, here we go. All right. All right, people are filing in. Thank you. And tell me what you think about the information that was broken down. Let's answer some of these questions. And before we do that, let me pull back Elder Lawyer, because obviously, I can't use Blog Talk right now, and I think that this is intentional. Elder Lawyer, you there? Elder Lawyer. One second. One second, folks. Okay, I see you all filing, and I'll let you in with Zoom in a moment. Okay, don't forget April, what I'm talking about. January 7th, yeah, I know what I'm talking about. January 7th begins a new Hebrew and Bible Academy. We have a lot of new lessons ready, and we'll have pop quizzes, you name it. You don't want to miss the next academy, all right? In the meantime, hold on. In the meantime, we'll be right back with the dialogue. Sorcery and witchcraft within the unconscious community. I'll be right back in 2 minutes. Hold tight. The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken. and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that he used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book. And the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. All right. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it here. Bless you, bless you. Let's start letting some of the people in. Thank you for your participation in the academy. I have Shapat with me right now and waiting for Elder Lawyer to call back in on a different device. But in the meantime, let's see who we have working here. All right, view. We're going to bring in first and foremost Kwame from Africa. Kwame from Africa, first and foremost. Make sure you allow, just make sure you choose your audio device once I admit you in, okay? Kwame, how are you, my brother? Okay, that's Elder Lawyer. That's Elder Lawyer. Elder Lawyer, you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
All right, where's your video? All right. Thank you, Elder Lawyer. Let me make sure you're good there. All right, Elder Lawyer's back. All right, let me move over here real quick. All right, make some room. All right, we have Brother Kwame from Ghana. Are you there, Kwame? All right, let me switch out the speaker so they can hear you. All right. All right, say something now, Kwame.
Shalom, Elder, please, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. You're calling in from Ghana, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. What say you on the broadcast, what we're dealing with today?
First of all, I give praises to the Most High, and also Elder Shapat, I greet you, as well as Elder Lawyer. All praises. Well, Elder, talking about the witchcraft, in fact, witchcraft is very, very, very deep rooted here in Ghana. And before I say anything, the place where that brother Umar Johnson was standing, I know there. I've been there before. That is a dungeon in Elmina Castle in a central region. In fact, Elder, when you enter that place is very dark room. There is no light there. And there is a shrine in that room where people do all sorts of witchcraft, pour libation as he was doing over there. And that place is not a place to desire or the place to be there. I've been there myself. So that place is very, very, very nasty place. That's it. And secondly, the witchcraft you're talking about, in Ghana, it has taken a different dimension here. Within Christianity, Elder, now in Ghana, almost 70% of the Christian pastors, mind you, are claiming to have some anointing oil, ointment, and soap, which they are selling to people when you watch the TV and radio, they are publicly selling it. So they claim that their creams and their oils have power to solve any spiritual problem. So if you need favor, you can come for the oil. If you need a good marriage, you can come for the cream. If somebody is disturbing you, or your boss is not giving you peace at your work, come for this oil. And this is what is going on here in Ghana. It's very, very, very weird and very disturbing, Elder. So the witchcraft is also being practicing here, even among the Christian pastors. Which is
the Christian
very, very
pastors are doing witchcraft? Talk to us about that.
Exactly, Pastor. Because when you go to a Christian pastor, the first thing they will ask you to do, either to buy anointing oil or quote unquote holy water. In fact, I was invited to a local TV station, to teach this truth, right, Elder? And when I went there, the owner of the TV station is a Christian pastor and a herbalist as well. And that man has a small bottle of oil which he sells publicly, and he claims that oil is a spiritual gun. So if somebody it disturbs you, and they say it without any shame, that if you want to get rid of your enemy, just come and buy the oil, write his name and put it in the oil, and they'll give you a time frame that within that time something must happen to the person or the person should die. And people are running to buy the oil from a Christian pastor who calls himself a bishop of a church. And that is what is going on here in Ghana. So the witchcraft is not only in the conscious community, but also within the Christian society or the Christianity. Witchcraft is
brother, let me ask you this. These Christian pastors know that the Bible in of itself is against witchcraft. Christ and the whole Bible speaks against it. So how do they justify this with those who go to church?
Well, Elder,
do they not read the Bible?
Elder, one thing is that Ghana, I can speak from the experience because I'm here in Ghana. People are not practicing the Bible. No. It's like they are doing what they can do to get more followers, number one. And also what they can do to grandise themselves financially, right? And they claim that in Bible, in the olden days, the prophets were being given directions to people to do some things. So if they were to be today, what they are doing will be the same thing that the prophets will do. So they are not off, or they are not wrong of selling those things, doing some weird miracles. So they justify it on TV, on radio, everywhere.
So let me ask you.
It seems normal here in Ghana.
So the mess we see through the evangelists that came over there into the Americas, it seems as if Africa have digressed religiously. They have regressed religiously compared to the slaves that were taken off the shores.
Elder, one thing is that here, the lies and deception are massive here. Elder, you won't believe here what people are dealing with. I'm talking about those who claim to know the truth or who preaches the Bible, right? And I'm not surprised that the Most High, because I know that according to prophecy, in the land which we were told we are not the children of the Most High, the same land will be told that we are the children of the Most High. So I'm not surprised that the truth came from you over there, because here, the so-called missionaries has really deceived our people here, and the lies are everywhere. Now here in Ghana, even where I am now, my place, a small community, but we have about 70 churches here.
A small community with 70 different churches.
Yes, right behind my house, there is a church. maybe Elder Shapat may know because he's been here before.
Yeah.
Right, but we share wall. And the next 3 houses away from mine, there is a church. Different churches here. But if you come and see our community, things are going wrong.
Let me ask you this, right? Because
right.
we have seen the criminal behavior of that brother Umar Johnson from my hometown, Philadelphia. So I went and did some research and realized that none, you know, it's the worst. This is what's allowed in our community to further erode and take finances out of the community that's sorely needed to go into nothingness. And they justify this by redirection or projecting.
Right.
They'll say, well, the pastors take money. So do that justify you doing it? So they'll project by moving the goalposts and saying what the pastors are doing. Okay. But the pastors, regardless of what you're saying, at least they're presenting a book that has a moral code in it, whether that pastor is following it or not. He's the hypocrite, the pastor, but the book is real. And then on top of that, at least we can look at the benefit that the church and those who believe in the Bible through institutions, how it benefited the community.
Right.
Right? At least we can say, well, okay, there's schools, there's a lot of things that came through those who believe in the Bible, even the civil rights movement that give you the autonomy now to go and grift all throughout this earth with your nonsense. Right? So what is the take of people like that from the conscious community from the continent of Africa in different communities, even though there's so many countries there? But what is the take on when y'all see people like Umar Johnson and others over there, who's really a grifter stealing money from our people? But go on.
In fact, Elder, he is not different from some people we have here in Ghana, because
so the scams are endless. So when it comes to Africa, they done picked up the come back to Africa scam. So our people learned it from what? Those there in Africa, the scamming?
Well, I don't know whether they learn from here or they teach those people here, because we have the same situation here. There was a time a man also here in Ghana was, appealing for funds, just like Umar Johnson is
the building
doing
fund, the old building fund scam.
Yes, but unfortunately, as we stand, we don't know where the person is. He had disappeared. A lot of people contributed a huge sums of money to him, but now he's nowhere to be found. So the scam, but as I said earlier on, it has now.
No, what I'm asking is, do people in Africa, when they see people like Umar Johnson with the con game and libations and all that, do y'all know? Do y'all looking at it from over there? Do y'all know he's scamming over here? Because this is what y'all recognize amongst your own, the children of Israel there.
In fact, I can speak for myself. I know him because I've been following your lessons for some time. I know what he stands for. But some people, when they see people from United States, they see them as maybe
as celebrities.
Exactly.
I got you.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. I got you.
They just follow them.
Oh yeah. By the way, the guy who got away with y'all cash, like we got someone here that's getting away now. Let me ask you: was there a school before he left? What happened to the building?
Elder, even if there was a one block laid, we can even comfort ourselves with that, but there's nothing.
Look at that. Well, brother, you're doing a great job over there. You're standing against all odds, the witches, warlocks, and sorcerers. But brother, you're baptizing, and brother, I thank the Most High that you are holding a fort there in Ghana.
Praise the Most High.
Until I see you again, man. I can't wait to see you. But hold the fort. We're together in spirit, my brother.
Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Elder.
Shalom. So let yourself out. Oh yeah.
Yes, sir.
The
Yes,
back.
sir.
You can let yourself out, and as you can see, the Back to Africa scam is actually happening in Africa too. All right. Hold tight. 1 second.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is.
Yeah, right there, right? I'm about to say.
I would find it.
There it is. All right. So I'm going to do something so that we can actually, real quick, make this sound a little better because I want Elder Lawyer to be able to hear it too.
It's so prevalent what Kwame was speaking about in Africa or in Ghana at least.
Yeah.
That they have a saying. This is how prevalent it is. Okay. I don't know if you remember the stories we had when getting through certain situations during the cough in the airport, what we had to do.
Yeah.
Right? But it's so prevalent. The saying is, give me something small. And everyone knows what that means in Ghana.
What that mean?
You have to grease their palms.
Oh, give me something small,
Yeah.
which that's their term
That's
of
the
the
term.
hookup.
Yeah.
You know, I need the hookup. Okay. Hey. Hey, man, listen. It's a shame that we are our own worst enemies, right? And the Pan-African scam, let me tell you, the Back to Africa scam, man. Let's see here. Let me make sure so I can make sure you all can hear us. Let me connect that now. Hold on. Hold on. I'm connecting this because I want everyone to be able to hear, including Elder Lawyer. It's connecting. Okay, it's connected now. All right. Let me go here to Zoom. Okay, folks. I know you're waiting on Zoom. I can bring you in now. All right. Let me go to Zoom and make sure that they can hear us through the JBL. All right. We good. All right, Lawyer, you should be able to hear it on your side now also. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go. All right. Who do we have here next? Sequoia. Let me bring in Sequoia now. All right. Sequoia. Yes. All right. Let me put up the Zoom for those who would like to come in. In particular, also, that if someone is coming in from the conscious community and would like to explain to us, I'll be more than happy to let you in. Right? What are the core commonalities that bring our people together within the conscious community, and what benefit has it done for us? And what's wrong with the Bible? And why not just follow the codes within it? All right? And if not the Bible codes that can put us on one accord, I need you to give me the Bible or the moral foundations that you believe in according to a moral code that we can all come together under before we're destroyed. All right? Okay, we have Sequoia Herman. Okay, Sequoia Herman here. Let's see, Zoom here. How you doing, Sequoia?
I'm good. How are you?
I can hear you loud and clear. Go on.
So yeah, it's Sequoia. I don't know if I put it on there wrong or not. First off, all praise to the Most High, and thank you for allowing me to get on here.
The floor is yours.
You kind of cut off.
The floor is yours.
So I'm taking a little different approach right now. So it's more on the relationship side. Kind of earlier when you showed that video of the young lady, and you said to our men, if they see this type of woman to kind of run the other way. I have a similar situation. Well, I'm not going to put the man's information out there or anything because I know he's not an enemy and I still love him. But there was someone that I dated who at the time when I first met him, I got the same information as far as he was spiritual when I asked if he believed in God. And so me not understanding, I was only so far into my studies. I still brought him to my dad, which was my stepdad at the time. And we both was learning, and we both thought that, hey, he was a good guy. He seemed honest. But as time went on, we started seeing things where, he was very into crystals or incense or different things. And I realize now that it doesn't always have to be blatantly obvious right in your face. It doesn't have to be, what a lot of people see, all the things that people use to show what a warlock or a witch is. Sometimes it can become a little more subtle. And he was very big into like affirmations and just being good. And so I agree with you. I do think that it is just a cover of just Satanism. And one of the main things that I realized was every time I would try and, have these conversations with him, one of the main things I would do is try and get him to talk to my father. And it just seems like it would post him every time he would try and talk to him. At that point, he really just wanted to separate me from my dad. But he did it very nicely. It was under just, hey, you're my woman and I love you, and why don't you follow me, and different things like that. And also being an Israelite, I understood that, hey, it's not his fault that he didn't understand this information. So he kind of made it seem like he was interested in learning, but never actually showed the physical things of trying to really understand the information. So he would, my dad would call him, or I would ask him to call my father, and he would start kind of drifting into reasons why he couldn't call at that time, or not standing by his word or different things. So it didn't seem like he was really there for the information. It was more of just to continue the relationship and kind of elongate it. And the last thing I'll say is it was also kind of like you talked about Dr. Umar earlier, how that school, he kept pushing it back and pushing it back. Well, I'm not going to lie. I looked up, and every time I thought he was actually trying to learn the information, I'm looking up, and all of a sudden I'm a year and a half, 2 years into this relationship, and nothing's changed.
Okay.
And then at some point, I had to kind of back off.
All right, let's go back to this. All right. So when you say 2 years into the relationship, okay, are you talking about the fact that, and you can just be candid, you were in a relationship with Umar Johnson?
No. In a relationship with one of the guys that I met out here. Not
okay,
Umar
you
Johnson.
you said it was a spiritual brother that you don't want to mention. Is he someone that's popular that if you did say his name, we would all know who he is?
Oh, no. I was just giving an example of someone who called themselves spiritual, someone that I worked with at one point.
So you worked at a place, and I told brothers earlier, stay away from women who say they're spiritual.
Yeah.
But yet with some level of ambiguity without saying exactly what you're worshiping. And you have an example of a person who you thought because they seemed like a nice person, you probably were attracted to the brother, right?
Yeah. And he seemed like a good guy. I mean, from the outside looking at it, you would think he's honest. I mean, kept a job, nice, clean. But I was looking at the wrong things. I didn't, like you said, that moral foundation, we don't tend to vet that first.
So what do they justify or what type of code they follow to say that it's good in particular?
A few of the things was he was very separated from people, and it was because of his esoteric thinking. It was because no one else understood the way he could understand. So there was a certain level of knowledge that kept him separated. So family or me removing myself from my father was justified.
No, I'm asking again. Maybe you didn't hear me clearly, right? Like there's a clear line between what's good and evil within the Bible. Like you can hold me to certain, I would say, civil laws. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not lie down with mankind as you lie with the woman. These are clear, defined laws. That's universal. That the Bible stands on. When he said that it's about being good, what is the moral compass, or what is the foundation of what he would claim to be good? Is there anything he could actually, I would say draw from as a reference?
There was no reference. I mean, I'll say this. I remember he was studying out of the Kabbalah, and he would kind of stop right there with the good side of things, and it was just depending on each person and just their spirit, whatever they were drawn to. Everyone had their own ability to just find what good was.
I got it. One moment.
Yeah.
So I got it. So in a nutshell, let's see here. So in a nutshell, what's doing both? You see it? They saying it's echo, but I don't see any other thing moving but the roads. They say there's echo on my side. I don't know why. Oh, I know why. I know why. Okay. Is it still echoing, brothers and sisters, or not? Hold on, let me make sure I'm not echoing here. Is it still echoing, brothers and sisters? I just need to know. Okay, I'm going to do it again. It says I'm still echoing, but... Okay. It shouldn't be. All right, let me try something else then. All right, let's see. I know what to do. One second. It's always something. One second, sister.
Yeah.
I got this one right here. Nah, it's good. Oh, yes, sir. All right. One second. I'm going to get rid of that once and for all. Hold on, sister. You don't want to. Okay. Got it. All right. Let's try this. All right. Let's try that. I think they're messing with me. That's it right there. I think that was the issue right there. Yeah. You see that? Check 1, 2. Is it still echoing now? Yes. Please tell me whether or not it's echoing. Because I've seen this. Yeah, it was. I turned it down. Okay. It's still echoing? All right, this is what I'm going to do. One second, because I need to fix this. I got it. Get that out of the way. Boom. And Yeti. It could be, but I think I can fix it this way. Yeti. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. You see the Yeti?
Let me try this. Property. Oh, yeah. Yeti. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. That's it right there. All right. 1 second. Let me fix this, sister. 1 second. And.
Okay, sounds good. Perfect.
Yeah, we good. All right.
All good. There you go.
Okay, sister, you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so it's 100% better now. All right, go ahead. Just pick up from where you left off at real quick.
That was kind of it. I mean, I was just saying, you know, I dealt with it more in the relationship sense, and not vetting the moral side and being concrete on what he stood under, just because he said he was spiritual, and kind of like I believe Ayala or the lady who holds relationships, it was similar. She said that God word, and he said God as well multiple times, and I thought that he believed in the God of Israel, and it wasn't.
Okay,
you know, he
so
justified.
So I have a better question for you now, Sequoia, and thank you for your time. I'm sorry for the technical issues here.
You're fine.
Obviously, you began to tell him what you believe. You knew you were a Hebrew at that time, right?
Yes.
And what was his take on your core beliefs in the Bible, or why did he deny the Bible when you attempted to actually show him that this is the way?
He said that parts of the Bible were okay. It was a good, like, philosophies in a sense to follow, because he used to be a Jehovah's Witness, and he went from being a Jehovah's Witness to going back into the world, per se.
Okay, so did he? Can you explain at least one of the core issues that he had with the Bible, the claim that it wasn't right?
Yeah, that everything mimicked, like religious wise, everything mimicked each religion or a religion prior, in a sense. So, like how Christ, there was Muhammad, you know, and so everything mimicked one another.
Okay, so he was speaking generally.
That all religions mimicked each other.
Yeah, without even recognizing the differences that's within the Bible itself. He didn't actually read the Bible to know the difference. That's just what a conclusion he came to on his own.
Yeah, I mean, from what he told me back when he was Jehovah's Witness, he had studied. But as far as since he left it, he never decided to pick it up, back up, and verify whether or not that was true.
Okay, all right. So actually, the Jehovah's Witnesses aren't teaching the Bible correct. So I guess that's one of the issues, is that they go to these religions to find the truth, and these religions aren't teaching the truth concerning our people in the Bible. They don't teach us where Israel and the Jehovah's Witnesses. So,
and that's why he said he left. You know, was looking for something higher.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you, sister, and I'm glad you are part of the work. What city and state do you live in right now? Where are you from?
I'm from California originally, Long Beach, but I live in Texas though, in like the northern area.
Are you in the Texas body now?
No, I'm trying to join. I just actually emailed and everything. I got the information, so I will be soon.
All right. Well, hey, I hope to see you in this coming Passover, right?
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, sister, and bless you. You can let yourself out, and I'm going to go to the next one, and maybe we can get somebody in here from the conscious community. You can let yourself out. In the conscious community can actually give us an answer to some of these questions. All right. The first question, right? Is witchcraft okay in the conscious community? What are the rules concerning sexuality, and what's immoral sexually according to the conscious community? Right? That'd be a good one. Okay. At what age could a man start to think about relations? With a woman, or even before she actually becomes one. What are the claims that the conscious community make in their criticism against the Bible? Why not utilize the Bible at least for its laws to get on code with one another? If you don't believe in anything, why can't we all just come together and agree on the moral, civil, and dietary laws amongst one another? They're all contained in the Bible. And if not, what laws should we follow? Can those laws that can put us on code, could we find those laws within the conscious community? If so, where? Okay. All right. That's a few more. Sister Carol. Sister Carol. Please connect to audio while entering. And after that, we have Kayam. Sister Carol, how are you?
Still connecting.
Sister Carol? All right. Sister Carol. Oh, that's why. Let's see. Make sure that's be there. Yeah. Okay, Sister Carol is still
Trying to connect.
She's still trying to connect. Hold on.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, Sister Carol, unmute your mic, please. Unmute for us. And thank you. We're still in here, kind of thick. 2,000, even though we are
Some serious.
we're using the midnight oil almost. Sister Carol, please unmute.
Okay. What those dots do next, right? Nothing.
Yeah, I think I'm having an issue with Zoom now all of a sudden.
Okay.
Ah, muted again. Just hit it one time.
All right.
You can do it from here on the right.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, elder. I apologize. It just all of a sudden just went whacked on me. This been acting crazy all night.
Hey.
I'm going through the same thing you're going through.
Yeah, you should see what's going on outside. But we're breaking down quickly, so give me some insight. What do you think about the broadcast tonight?
I learned a lot about the broadcast because there was things I didn't know, but
Like
I
what?
see them every day.
Like what?
As when you were talking about, when you were speaking about,
you fell out, sister. It fell out.
Okay. It was very insightful, but I did come in late on the broadcast. I did come in late, so I'm gonna watch the recording.
Okay, but we have to get to it, sister. You're going in and out right now, and it don't seem like your phone is working correctly.
Yes.
What in particular?
I just recently met a gentleman that he's atheist, and I haven't heard an atheist spoke to anyone atheist in.
You mean an atheist?
Yes, he don't believe he don't believe and he don't believe. He said the universe just existed.
Okay, but in particular, what stood out of the broadcast that you didn't know? You said there's a few things that you didn't know from some of the details I brought out this evening. What are they in particular? All right, sister, do me a favor. I'm going to have to just let you go because right now your phone isn't is it
Oh,
cooperating?
this is my laptop acting crazy.
Okay, well don't worry about it. Just let yourself out, and the next time you call in.
Elder, this is something
No, no, sister. Right now, it's not going to work because I'm hearing every other word. So let yourself out. Write down your concerns.
I didn't know about the African situation, about the Africans. I didn't know about the African trees.
Okay, sister. Unfortunate that I think you got dropped there, but just call us up next time through a different device. All right, because it's very bad. It's very bad broadcasting. All right, right now. All right, thank you. All right, Kayam, Chris, and we have Navigators for a Healthy Louisiana. How you doing, Kayam? Yes.
Mike. Okay.
Kayam, how are you? Shalom, my brother.
Shalom, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. What say you?
Oh, hold on a second. Well, Elder, this right here, this broadcast is very timely, and Elder, it's their pride. Like really, it's a pride that all these beliefs outside of the Bible have. Like our people, they just don't want to let go of the lies. And I remember a brother, he basically was trying to talk to me and trying to get me into leaving the Bible, me doing Uber. So he was saying like, yeah, because brother, the Bible lies. It's it says you can eat you can eat what you want, and then it says you can't. And I said, brother, no, it don't. You know what I mean? And then I showed them that it don't say that. And it's like they'll say they've read the Bible, but they actually haven't read the Bible. You know what I mean? So, and the thing is, I remember when you had the Kemet discussion amongst Israel.
Yeah.
And I remember you basically stated that, how could you have a conversation with people that can make up anything as they go along? And that's what it is. It's like they can make up anything. So it's like it's hard to have a discussion with people that can just make up a lie, and I remember a key thing that you said, Elder. You said it ain't their ego that's on trial, it's their souls that is on trial. And I think they have to really realize that the Bible is proven to be real. You know what I mean? Without a question. And sometimes I think it's inside of our people to be so prideful of just saying negative things about the Bible and about people that believe in the Bible. And now that they seeing that these truths and these prophecies are being fulfilled, it's like they can't let it go. They can't let their pride just say, you know what, I was wrong. And I think that's where Israel being hard-headed and stiff-necked and and refusing to hearken to the Most High higher. So I thank you, Elder, for doing this because it's heartbreaking, but it's also give us the courage to go on. Elder B and the brother went out, and I put it's another statement that you made, Elder. You said that people will spend more time in hell than they did on earth. And I put that on a picture because you was in Chicago. I screenshotted the picture and I put that quote on there. I put on the paper and I put the beginning Israelite for beginners on there.
Yeah.
And the scripture go baptize all nation. And Elder, them things is being passed out so quick like funnel cake at a fair, Elder. I mean, it
Praise
was
the Most High.
Yes, sir. It was so wonderful, and I thank you so much. Elder. And I wanted to say, Elder, like body, we have to remember all the things that our elder been through. He been debating. He been he been studying. He been praying. He been fasting. He did all this for his people. He loves us. It is no question that our elder loves. So we must give him back the same energy that he did for us. Because without him, where would we be at? We will be lost in this world. So we must back him. And like when elders say, like, you know what I mean, let's show them a big number in the academy. Let's show them that big number. Because all praise to the Most High, Ahayah Shem Shaibu Wakadash, he deserved us backing him because he backed us this whole time. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you, my brother. I really appreciate you. I really appreciate you. All right, you can let yourself out, man. I can't wait to see you again, man. I'll see you at the Passover. All right, my brother. This Passover. Thank you, thank you, thank you, brother. You can let yourself out. And the numbers are just, I mean, just for the East Coast alone and the Midwest together, we're like 4,000 and counting. It's not even dealing with California, right? Not even dealing with California in the West Coast, Arizona, Las Vegas. It's not even dealing with the West Coast. We're 4,000 and counting. It's not even dealing with the UK, and I can't wait to see what Africa does. So this Passover is going to be different. I'll tell you. Get ready, y'all. The Saints. Boy, it's good to be here right now. It's good to be living. Even though it's the end times, the prophets long to see the day that we're living in right now. The awakening of the children of Israel throughout the four corners of the earth. Something else. All right, let's go to Navigators for Healthy Louisiana. Make sure your volume, make sure you hit your microphones. Make sure you hit the microphones coming in. Shalom, how you doing, sister? We're going to break it down where we're going to do 2 minutes per because I have to eat, actually. It's been a good broadcast. But let's go down the line, sister. How are you doing, sister? She's connecting to audio. I'll wait till you connect. Okay, I guess she fell out. All right. Kavon Jones. Kavon Jones. After that, we have Kadera Castor, Officers REI, and Christopher Mann. And we'll end it there. And without talking in circles, even if, let me tell you, I would let Umar Johnson and anyone else from the conscious community come on if they wanted to talk. And I wouldn't talk about, first of all, first thing I'll say is, what's the solution?
You hear me, Elder?
Yes. Hold on, Kavan. The first thing I'll ask is, okay, let's not talk around in circles. You claim to be for our people. What's the solution?
Please don't talk about that school.
And we ain't talking about that school. That school ain't gonna happen. So what's the solution? And if he asks me what the solution is, I'll say the law, statutes, and commandments. If we get on code with that, that's a good start. The law, statutes, and commandments in the Bible. Because ever since we left off from that, our people have been dealing with hell ever since. And then they'll say, well, the Christians already had the Bible. No, they didn't. Look how long our people had the Bible in the Christian church. You can have whatever you want to have. But if you're not living by it or teaching out of it, what good is it? So what good is you trying to claim that the Bible is wrong when the pastors weren't teaching out of it? If they would have gotten on code with the law, statutes, and commandments a long time ago, we would have been out of this a long time ago. So let's go back to the original premise. What's wrong with all of us in the conscious community and all of that? All together, coming together and say, we're going to abide by the moral, civil laws within the Bible, one amongst each other, and hold ourselves to it. What's wrong with that? You can't blame that the white man wouldn't have nothing to do with us getting on code with one another. Like, for instance, the Ten Commandments. Excuse me, sir. The Bible says thou shalt not steal. Kicking a can down the road for 10 years to promise our boys a school is stealing. There is no projects without a deadline. Okay, Kavon Jones, unmute for me.
You hear me, Elder?
Yes, talk to me, Kavon.
Hey, man, you know, as we're speaking, as the topic, as for your broadcast today on witchcraft, you know, many people entangling in that thing, it just goes back to like how it all started. Like, you know, back in the Bible when
let me ask you, because are you on a speakerphone? What are you on?
Yeah, speakerphone. You can hear me good?
Okay, I'm gonna need you to get closer to the phone.
Okay,
Go
I'm
ahead.
close. Is that good now?
That's better. Go on.
Okay. So as I was saying with the regarding the witchcraft and all these things, like it goes when you go back right to the Bible, you know, when Saul asked his servant, because when he was at his lowest point, the Lord left him. His kingdom was being stripped.
Now let me ask you: are we talking about the conscious community, or are you just giving us a point on witchcraft and now what the Bible says?
Just giving a point on witchcraft.
Oh no! What we want to do is we want to talk about, because we all know witchcraft is wrong. The Bible clearly states it. What we're talking about is a conscious community doing witchcraft and Satanism in plain sight, convincing people who believe in the Bible to leave the only book that can identify that destructive sorcery is what we're talking about. We want to keep it on topic.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
All right.
And I mean the conscious community, because you know they just want to ensnare our people into their trap, and that's really what's going on with this conscious community. They want to ensnare all our people to go their direction, so that our people are still stuck in the same. I'm still stuck in the same way, in the same place. Know that if we still continue in the same thing, in the same place, we will never move forward.
Absolutely.
They still have us caught in this trap. It's like we're like a hamster spinning on the wheel. Like we're not going nowhere, and this is what they want to do with us all the time. So the conscious, what you were saying all about the conscious community, how they're doing this in plain sight and wanting us, and you know our people always take the bait. They always take the bait. You know, because look, they're giving us rules that we feel good to, and that's really what's going on at the bottom of the core. That we feel good to these rules and these regulations, and it's not the scriptures, the Bible, that's telling us the right things to do. The 10 Commandments, the law, statutes, commandments. Because most of is always about order. The conscious community is not about order. It's about what they feel right and what they feel is wrong. And this is why people always go to the conscious community, because why? There's no rules for them. There's no regulations for them. They can do whatever they want. And this is why our people are still in sin today. And I'm telling you, Elder Man, this is what's going on. And I know we have a few points to bring out, man, because you know, it's just this is not going to end. This is why we have to wake up our people to get them out of that mentality state of mind, or else they're just going to stay there.
Well, brother, you made some great points. I'm gonna get to the next call. Let yourself out. You made some great points.
All right, thank you so much, Elvin.
Thank you, my brother. All right.
All right.
And you know why they rob and do all these things against our people? Because they know there is no consequence for it. There is no consequences. The whole deal is the system won't. Let me tell you, the system will continue to allow them to do that. Because why? They know it's destroying our people, right? Because if they did this to Chinese people, took money and promised to school and all this other stuff, you think they can do that in China? You think they can do that in the white communities? And then they're preying on people in the non-community, all of that. But the Most High is bringing judgment. That's what's going on now. He's bringing the judgment on it. It's coming to an end. And I'm going to tell you what's going to happen at the very end of this, because it's not as if they weren't listening. At the very end of this, what they're going to do is, once the hell hit the fan, they're going to try to come in claiming that they really believed the whole time, but they didn't trust the pastors. No, you stay out there where you are. That's what's going to happen. That's going to be the next con game, because they cannot deny that the prophecy that's going on in the earth right now, there's only one book that can actually explain it. The Bible. You don't hear anyone out there talking about, the Quran said this prophecy was going to happen. Right? Elder Lloyd, anything you have to say, you can come in anytime you want. We have let's see, Christopher Mann. Shalom, Christopher. Shalom, Chris.
Shalom, Elder. How you doing?
I'm doing well. We're breaking down. We're going to take it 2 minutes per call. Talk to us.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be real fast. So this was a while ago. I was dealing with a sister, and this is backing off what you said earlier about if somebody says that they're spiritual, just run.
Yeah.
So dealing with this sister, and we always had conversations about the Bible and whatnot, and she said that she prayed to a set, which is the Queen Mother of Heaven. So when I showed her that information in the Bible, she pretty much already knew who she was worshiping, and said that a set grants her, anytime she prays to her, she grants her wishes, excuse me. So it just blows my mind that the conscious community, they know who they're worshiping, and they don't really care. They know who they're worshiping. They know who it is and who they're worshiping and who they get their blessings from. So yeah, that's all I wanted. I know you're trying to get out of here.
Okay, and a set is the goddess of magic.
Come.
Let me tell you, brother, you hook up with a scenario like that. You know what I mean? What you got? Braids? What you got? Braids?
Oh, I have dreads.
You have dreads? I'll tell you what,
Yes,
there'll be a dowel with some dreads on it, like a pin cushion. If she don't get away.
Yeah.
You'll be getting jabbed on a regular basis. It says a Set was one of the most important goddesses of ancient Egypt. Her name is the Greek form of an ancient Egyptian word for throne, deifications and all that of women, which is whack. Isis was the daughter of the earth god Geb and the sky goddess Nut, and the sister of the deities. And that's another thing. That's another con game they got within the community, the conscious community. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Calling women mother goddess and all that to actually do what? Flatter women. But really, there's no moral code on their obligations to them.
Yeah, and that's what I asked her one time. Like, what guideline do you? Because she said she practiced African spirituality. So I was like, what guidelines do people who practice African spirituality, like what is it? And there was no answer for that. So
there's no guidelines.
Yeah, it's none at all. It's a free for all.
Okay.
If you ask anybody who's in that community, they never have an answer, because it's pretty much like Aleister Crowley says, "Do as thou wilt."
Yeah, I mean, I need you to think about this. In a nutshell, so let's stop playing around with it, okay? You a witch. That's what I said. You a witch, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. That's all they can say that they are witches.
Yeah.
It's people that are it's young women that are part of that community who openly, it's a wine out here called Witch's Brew, and they drink it. They really embody what a witch is and what they practice, and they're in it 100%.
Well, thank you, brother. Some great points. You can let yourself out, and hey, warn our people that witches will burn in hell. Let them know, my brother.
Yes, sir.
Witches
Yes, sir.
and warlocks.
I just want to say all praise to the Most High for all the knowledge that you and all the elders have brought out. Elder Dale and all the bishops and deacons in the Detroit body as well. Shalom to all you brothers, and you guys have a good night.
All right. There you go, Chris.
Shalom.
Shalom. Here it is. A man who was a main staple within the conscious community himself, Elder God. Elder God in the house. A round of applause here. Gaja.
Shalom. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah. Let me put my headphones on, man. Good to see you, young man.
Yeah, man. Good to be here, man. Good to hear from you, man. Good broadcast. Been chiming in all night, texting you.
I'm sorry, man. I'm trying to. Let me tell you, I'm spinning about 1,000 plates right now.
Oh gosh.
The equipment going out. Blog Talk not working. I'm like everything. Hold up. Let me put Lawyer up here for a second while I get you in here. Talk to me, Gaja. You was a main staple in the conscious community over there. I know they was mad when the Most High got you, but go ahead.
Yeah, boy, the conscious community, boy. Boy. I mean, it's come a long way. Like seeing this thing right now. It's funny, and you're like, wow, like. I remember one time you said to the elder man, yo, you're going to look back and go, yo, you were tripping. Yo, proper tripping.
Go ahead.
Nah, I just saying that. I mean, listen, I was gonna send you some information over whilst you're talking, whilst you're on talking about Islam, right?
Yeah.
And let me tell you, man, Islam is Lucifer himself. You with me? That's Lucifer's, Lucifer's bread and butter, that one. You thought Christianity was bad? Yo, Islam is on a next level of witchcraft and demonic sorcery. When Brother Kwame came on from Ghana, yo, listen, in Africa, the main religions in Africa, right, is Christianity and Islam. Islam is probably about 90% of Africa. Christianity, the remaining 10%. But the main religion there is witchcraft. That's the main religion. I was in Egypt. A couple weeks back. First time going out there, man, and it was an eye opener seeing Egypt. You with me? And like you said, this garbage that these guys are peddling over this side, that nobody knows about that over there. You with me? Nobody knows about that. Nobody is practicing that garbage or believe that over there. Nobody believes that. You with me? It is witchcraft and Islam. When you go over there, the oils and the incense and the statues and all of these things that they're peddling, yeah, we know what that is. You with me?
Oh yeah, another Gaja. I lived there for a while. A lot of people don't know here in America how many gods and goddesses the Egyptians actually worship within Islam, right? They have so many gods and goddesses as Egyptian citizens. They got a thing where they playing chicken with the calves. You know how fast the calves go out there. They play chicken, and if you get hit by a car, it was the will of the gods that you got hit by a car. So they would just walk, knowing that if the gods are with you,
you won't get hit.
Yeah, even if you jaywalking. If you made it to the other side, the guys were with you.
I don't think people understand. We're not talking about a regular street here. This is the highway.
Yeah.
This is the highway.
Listen.
You have never seen people drive, out of their minds unless you're in Egypt. I mean, they're using the force over there. They driving with straight the force, sleep and everything. A cigar in their ear, a cigarette in their ear, and
yeah, man.
I mean, their cabs be driving sideways, and you have people over there. And I'm like, yo, what's going on here? It was like, listen, if they get hit, it's the will of Allah. But go ahead.
I was over there and I'm like, yo, wow, you with me? Like, you know, it just, you know, went up into the hills, saw some of the natives, saw like, you know, a different side of the thing, and just look at it, man, and go, yo, you know, I can see Israel being here, and the most I say, yo, listen, do not learn anything what these people do.
And listen, hey, Gaja, how were they able to sell a con job of Egypt to our communities in the Western world?
You know what, Elder? People need to travel. People need to just go and see these places. If you travel, you'll understand it. All of these guys telling you about Egypt, and they've never been there before. You get me? Umar Johnson talking about Egyptology. Why is he in Ghana? Ghana is a Christian community. Why in Ghana? Go Egypt. You understand? Go to Egypt and go try and sell that garbage that you're coming with. They will stone you over there. You understand me? No, for real. They'll stone you. You're gonna get stoned. He's in Ghana. Why? Because Ghana is the preying and that ignorance, like Kwame said before, that okay, he's from America. Let's hear him out. We went to the slave castles. There's nothing nice about it. There's nothing pretty about it. There's nothing giving you no energy for the ancestors. The ancestors got beat, whooped, murdered, raped in that castle. You understand me? There's no energy that they have that I want to bring back like that. The only thing that could have been going through the ancestors' minds in that castle was that, we messed up against our God. That's the only thing could have been going on with them. When you listen, Shapat there can tell you. Shapat almost knocked out the tour guide for keep referring to us as what did he say? Shapat, he kept calling us like the property or the slaves or something. Yeah. He kept using it, and we're like, no man, don't say. Yeah, like don't do that. Nothing going on over in them castles right now in Ghana that anybody can go and say, these ancestors, did this and did that. No, man, these ancestors sinned against the Most High, hence why they were in that condition, and they would have realized it there and then. 1,000 of them in one dungeon. The gate of no return, where if he was fat, like Umar Johnson could have never made it through that, You'd have to slim down a bit because.
Come on, brother. Yeah, that would have been the door of no return. But go ahead.
Oh my God, I'm taking a bad thing for laughing. Listen, let me tell you. You have to go there, you have to see it. The Bible says, travel gives a man wisdom. Paraphrasing. People need to travel out and see these things and understand what's going on out there in the world. The conscious community cannot go to Egypt and sell that in Egypt to anybody. They will be stoned and deported.
Quick. And let me tell you, you know how they try to glorify it over there in the conscious community in New York? They'll show a camera of the pyramids and all that. Let me tell you how you have to navigate around the camel dung just to get into the pyramid.
Oh my goodness, Allah. Don't even talk about the camel dung. The smell.
It's in the midst of, let me tell you, it's like Nino Brown Taj Mahal going in. I'm talking about the Taj Mahal that was in the movie, though. Do the Right Thing. Navigating in that type of neighborhood over camel dung. And I'm like, let me tell you, they totally fantasizes Egypt intentionally, knowing our people are ignorant.
Mm-hmm.
Ignorant. And guess what? The Egyptologists over there, the historians, totally disrespect all of these people in the conscious community. It's like, Lord, don't bring that crap over here. That's for y'all people. Oh, that's for the stupid people. That's what they say.
Mm-hmm. For real, it's like when the whole Kemet, remember Kemet and trial and the Israelites had the debate and all of that.
Yeah.
we had a conversation with a creator from, I think, the British Museum, talking about the Egypt and like, you know, what the conscious community tries to say is that the Bible is a copy of Egypt. No scholar, nowhere believes that.
Not
none
in
of them.
Egypt.
You
Not in Egypt.
they can't. You can't bring that to them. It's you know, it's potatoes and pineapples. It's different. So they can only push that garbage on the unlearned and people over here in the West. The homosexuality is big in Egyptology. Most of the deities that they refer to were big on homosexuality. It's a big thing. That is why Dr. Malachi York, with his amalgamation of Islam, Nuwabics, Egyptology, all that together, why he was so big on that, why the sex rituals are well within it. Egypt is ancient Babylon, doing ancient Babylonian customs. Why the certain religious organizations, without calling names, coming out and saying it's okay for certain things to happen, when we know that, you know, these religious organizations been dealing with little boys pedophilia for years and nobody been saying anything about it. Not that it's a crime amongst them, but it's actually a ritual amongst them. This is part of their ritual that these young priests coming up have to go through. So Egypt is an extension of that. It's the same gods being passed on from one civilization to the other, from one, you know, the names change, but it's the same gods, the same practices, the same worships going on, and it's there. You see it, right? You know. Anyways, let me hold it.
And that's why they had a book. Yeah, right? Because the Bible, according to them, ain't get it right concerning the Most High raining down on Sodom and Gomorrah, even though the archaeological ruins show that it happened, right?
To this day.
Exactly.
Due to certain perversions. Well,
exactly.
Well, you know, Dr. York in his
infinite wisdom.
Yeah, with his infinite wisdom, had to bring his own interpretation. You know? Yeah, no, we ain't gonna deal with the Bible. We ain't gonna deal with the Bible's interpretation of Sodom. By my book, Sodom misinterpreted. I'm gonna show you how we do this. Okay, you know, with Diana Ross playing in the background, I'm coming out. Okay, Sodom misinterpreted. I want the world to know. So obviously, this is the religion that's welcoming when it comes to certain behaviors the Bible disagree with. So in order for him to do that, he had to tell people. Now, don't forget. Hold on. Let me make sure I got you here. Hold up. Now, Elder, don't forget. Don't forget that the root religion of the Nuwabics was and is Islam. That was the root religion. Well, the Bible is the Bible been tampered with, you know, and all these different versions of the Bible, only to do what? To discredit the Bible, to get people into reading this. Sodom misinterpreted. Why would you need to reinterpret Sodom outside of what the Bible claimed Sodom was doing against God and people? Unless you disagree with the Bible's interpretation on Sodom. This is one of his books right here. So that now the people on his compound could now what? They could see the activity, sexual activity, which is anti-Christ, anti-Bible, and actually go along with it because he has a better interpretation. He has a priesthood interpretation that opens up the vortex. If you operate sexually under certain circumstances in which the Bible would normally disagree.
And then using that and then going back into the Egyptology hieroglyph, which shows man and man relation, he could justify that. And if you following that, then you'll think that that's fine for us to get involved with. And that is the danger of it. And I remember, Elder, I always go back to this, that interview on Peace FM, right?
Yeah.
nobody knew what the core beliefs were of the Nuwabics. And when it was being opened up, when you were bringing it out about eating grass to get back green, the pictures of Malachi York saying he's all the prophets all the way down from Adam coming down, you didn't see those pictures in the office, and I did. So when you were saying it, I'm like, yo, wait, hold up. Yo, Ray, you need to respond to this, because in the office, in your office, just beside the studio, there's a shrine put up there of Malachi York with all the pictures, them Adam, Moses, everybody coming down.
So Gaja, that must have tripped you out, knowing that I never seen those pictures in his office, to actually break down that they're using his image as a deity for all of the Bible characters and patriarchs. They was using him, Dr. York. And I never seen those pictures, so it must have tripped you out when I said that on the radio. Y'all never knew that.
When you hit that, I was like, yo, wait, hold up. You not been into the office. As a matter of fact, you did that interview on the phone.
Yep.
You with me? That first conversation with him was on the phone. You never seen that. So it was a lot of things that was opening up that I knew, being around them and seeing how they operated. You understand?
And they were actually trying to initiate you to come into some of the meetings for the Nuwabics.
Yes, they were. They told me to come by the house and have come for dinner, and they want to show me some stuff, and I must go look at Malachi York. And then when you came and you said you brought up the books that they were going into, the holy tablets that they had, the Duwanis and all the little green men and all the demons basically that they were communicating within that religion.
Yep.
It shed out a whole heap of light on what was really going on behind that. And this is the thing. People get involved with these things and don't understand that there's a base on that. There's a core belief system, and 99% of the time why they are anti-Bible is because the Bible speaks against what their core beliefs are dealing with: homosexuality, witchcraft, pedophilia, you name it. Drop it all the way down. The Bible is anti all of that. You with me? And it took it's like Umar Johnson, right? Umar Johnson is going around right now claiming to be a Garveyite Pan-Africanist. Listen, Marcus Garvey was a commandment keeper. Knew he was an Israelite.
He believed in the Bible. Yeah.
Yeah, Marcus Garvey knew that. Most of the preaching style, or you see the pastors preach, like especially the ones out of the Caribbean, they get that from Garvey. That's how Garvey would talk. Go back and listen to any one of Garvey's speech. Garvey was a pastor. Not only that, Garvey wasn't just about black people. Garvey was uniting the whole of Latin America as well. Garvey had over 11 million members. A lot of them came from South America. A lot of them were from the northern tribes. You understand me? So what Umar Johnson is doing right now is a con game. These people that he's referencing and talking about as linking it with Pan-Africanism, these people were Bible-believing people. There was no way Garvey could have done what he did without the Bible. It's an impossibility. You can't get at the people them and lies. When Malcolm realized what was going on, Malcolm said, yo, listen, with the Valley of the Dry Bones. And shortly after that, he was murdered. You understand? Once that knowledge coming, and once they're getting it back. I mean, look, not Malcolm. Martin Luther was a Bible man, going into the Bible, realized what was going on, and then shortly after that they got rid of him. Farrakhan teaches more from the Bible. I've never seen Farrakhan read the Quran, to be honest. It's the Bible. The Bible is what brings the people them together. It's the Bible. The Bible has moral, civil, dietary, ceremonial, and sacrificial laws that and tells us it gives us a culture that nobody else can give us. This is our culture. This is what we do. This is how we kill the animals. We drain the blood. This is how we bury the dead. This is how we mourn. The Bible is a culture, and that is what these people don't want to get back. And it's like, again, even those saying that, some people just want this hell. some people, the cipher syndrome, people just want to stay in the matrix, and if they get plugged out of it, want to get plugged back into it. You understand me? So,
Okay.
Let me drop. Let me yield.
Elder Gaja in the house. Well, I know they was mad, Gaja. I know they was mad when you came over to this truth with the Bible. You was a staunch opponent of the Bible. You couldn't stand the Bible when I met you, but hey, I'm glad you're on the right team now. Go ahead.
And check it. That was just based on my ignorance. I've been told that the Bible is a white man's book, and I remember asking you the question. I say, listen, I hear everything you're saying. I agree with it. The only thing I don't agree with is the Bible. How can you use a book that's enslaved our people? And you said, here, this is where the light went on. You gave me the Bible and say, show me the verse and the chapter that enslaved your people. and that's when I was like, you know something? I'm here mimicking and parroting things that I don't even know. Let me look into it. And then looking into the Bible from that perspective now, and then seeing all the guests coming on the radio day in, day out, and they couldn't hold nothing to what was being said, then you understand me? You have to be a madman to see that, and all praises to the Most High for allowing me to open my eyes and let me see it, because who am I?
Praise the Most High. Elder Gaja in the house. All right. I'm going to see you soon, young man.
Yes, sir.
All right. Bless you. Bless you.
Lawyer. Big up. Shabbat.
Shalom.
Love.
Shalom.
Shalom. I'll see you soon. See you soon.
Yes, sir.
All
yes,
right.
Sir.
There go Gaja. You can stay in here with us for a second. All right. Before we go, there's a few more. I got to take at least one more call here on Zoom. I'll take one or two more. Leslie, I got Aria and Shalom. So please be very quick. Leslie, please. I know right now you're in South America. Please hit your audio as you file in. Right? Hello? Yes, Leslie.
Shalom, Elder. How are you?
I am blessed by the Almighty. You?
I'm wonderful, sir. All praises, man. Thank you. It's good to be on here. Thank you so much for having me. Seeing Elder Lawyer and Elder Gaja and Elder Shabbat. Thank you, man. Elder, your lesson tonight is so profound, man. I mean, just knowing that you are on point, because in this day and time right now, I don't remember there was a very big popular conclave in the gospel community called.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
There was a big conclave. It was very popular. One of the biggest black preachers at that time. He actually just passed away. And before he passed away, just a few weeks ago, he started preaching that there was no hell. Okay?
Now, who is this?
This is Bishop Carlton Pearson.
From where?
He's the biggest preacher back then. He had the conclave called Azusa in the Christian community. He started out at Oral Roberts University. And he became bigger than Oral Roberts University. He became bigger than Oral Roberts. And
is he in America or is he in the Caribbean?
Yeah, right in the U.S. Yes,
okay, go on. I'm listening.
Yeah. And so before he passed away a few weeks ago, he started preaching that there's no hell. He was wrong, and the Bible, God spoke to him clearly and told him that there's no hell, right? And so he started preaching this gospel that you spoke about, Elder, and that's why I say you are so on point. He started preaching this gospel of inclusion. And this same gospel of inclusion has started spreading now into the Christian community. And yeah, exactly. Someone mentioned in the chat, Carlton Pearson, exactly.
So he started teaching the lie that there is no judgment.
Exactly, Elder.
That's
exactly.
really one and the same of what they call inclusion, allowing what? Unrepentant sinners to gather as saints.
You got it, Elder. You got it. And so what happened was there were a lot of the big pastors in the Christian church who started disowning him and shying away from him. And so now his gospel of inclusion, and you asked a question earlier tonight on the broadcast about why do you think they may be getting away from T.D. Jakes and those. I think they are now bringing this gospel of inclusion in. And if you ever pay attention, there are a lot of younger pastors coming in now preaching this gospel of inclusion. The gospel of inclusion has taken the place of the gospel of prosperity. And the younger pastors now who are coming in, there are several of them, and I don't know if I can name a few of them, but several of them now, they are preaching this gospel of inclusion. And so now they have these mega congregation now, because inclusion is now the number one thing now being taught in the Christian church.
They're including everything except the Most High.
Exactly.
God in Christ. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
What they're really doing in a nutshell is what Albert Pike said they would do. To the degree that at the very end, after bringing forth chaos, nihilists, and evildoers, they'll be able to bring Lucifer as their God to the forefront. The church, the church that once was called the Church of Christ, is really publicly, in plain sight, the Church of Satan.
Exactly. It is no longer the Church of Christ anymore. And like you said, Elder, this allows the people who are so hungry to hear something and to hear the true word. This is confusing for them and conflicting for them, because why? They now are hearing this gospel of inclusion. Oh, I can still do this and still be in the church. Oh, I can still this, still be this and do this and still, live my life. And so this is the thing that we who are in this truth now, and I'm thankful that we're in this truth now, because I was in the Christian church, very high up in the Christian church, as you know. And so to be in this truth now and to know this is what we're dealing with now, having to combat this, the gospel of inclusion.
Well, thank you, brother. Great conversation. And I'll be reaching out to you quite soon, okay?
All right. Shalom, Elder. Good to see you guys, man.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Elder Gaja.
Bless you. Oh, yeah. We're doing the work.
Yes, sir.
We're here. Believe it or not, brother, we're in the 11th hour. It's
yes, sir. Go ahead and get something to eat, man.
Yeah, we're living it in the brother. All right, you can let yourself out, Les. I'm gonna talk with you soon and tell your wife and family I said hello. We're living in the calm before the storm. I'll see you soon enough.
All right, sir.
Shalom. All right, I only got a few more. Okay, Officer REI, I'm gonna let you close us out, my brother. Close us out. Conscious community, what you got, young man? Unmute your mic, my brother. Yeah, just unmute.
You can do it on the right for him.
I can do it for him?
Yeah, the right one.
No, I can only ask him.
Okay, I got it. I see it.
All right, REI, talk to us.
Hey, Shalom, elders. Good evening, Elder Ricard, lawyer, Elder Gaja, Elder Shapat. Man, blessed broadcasting, just laying back in on everything everyone else is saying. It really is that, Elder.
Do me a favor, turn me off in the back. Turn down the volume for YouTube.
Got it.
Just for YouTube. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
My apologies. All right, Shalom, Elder.
Shalom. Lord yours.
Yes, sir. Man, all praise to the Most High. I have you over here cracking up, Elder Gaja, man. But, Elder, I'm going to tell you, it is the same thing. It appears like everywhere that the Southern Kingdom is a lot, we see the same practices of the antics of those scamming, and our people are falling for it. And what the last caller just said, Brother Leslie, you have people out there who want to hear the truth. They were listening to pastors so long that, the book was sealed from, that now they're falling for anything because they really don't have a solid foundation. It's just as Yeshua said, where the harvest is plenteous. And our people out there, they're just falling for these things. Now, of course, when you learn, thank the Most High for the studies, the church, the academy, all that we've been learning is giving us a solid foundation to stand on and to do this work. But our people out there that are not rooted and grounded, they've fallen for it. Because people from back home, they send me videos asking, oh, have I heard of this guy, Umar Johnson? I tell them straight, nah, we don't deal with that. And you hit the key points showing them, they're like, oh, wow. Then you have a lot of the TV evangelists from Africa who, now that there's Facebook and all these different platforms and everyone has a camera, they set up and they're broadcasting and people are listening to this stuff, but they don't have root in themselves to discern and see what's going on. So I thank the Most High for this truth. The foundation has given us, all the elders, y'all laboring in the word, the academy, everything, because it really gives us that platform, that foundation in Christ to stand on and to contend with the darkness. Shine in Christ, which is that light, sir. Everything the broadcast sums up, it just really gives us that perspective. Yeshua said, when you do the work, you do the will of the Father, you'll know the doctrine. And that's what it's taken in these times, just doing the work of the Most High, doing His will, and proving the doctrine to be able to stay clear of all this other folly and darkness that's out there. So, man, blessed broadcast. Timely, informative as always, and on point. And, of course, funny, because I'm over here cracking up.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. And boy, you can let yourself out, my brother. And I hope you all are ready. Everything that I said is about to go down. I'm going to talk with you soon. Let me tell you, they're about to pass a law. They're going to let the immigrants in. There's people between military ages, tens of thousands were let into the United States. And guess what? There's a law on the books. Remember I said they first started working on the men to get the men out of the way where the man and woman would totally be at odds with one another. And now they're working on destroying the women, right? After putting who? Another minority group that's against our moral code over all of the social programs in our neighborhood. Guess what law they're seeking to pass in America? Using what? You got it, folks. I'm going to talk about it this coming Friday. Using child protective services and all that. They are about to make it where single mothers, based on the statistic of how many people are going to jail out of single mother homes, killing out of single mother homes, suicide out of single mother homes, they are about to make a law that if people operate, and I'm talking about the father, but the mother, operate, they're going to start taking back, that's right, folks, government support for those who choose that life, because they're saying that the non-family concept is eroded in America, and they're passing a law where DHS can actually come in and take children who aren't protected under what they call a two-family home. Where's that? Who's that targeted? A law they're about to pass, folks. In 2025, they had to get the man out of the way first, because really the focus isn't the man or the woman, it's to get those children. They get the man out of the way, then they can easily strong arm the women to get those children. And there's laws that are about to be passed in major cities. They said by 2024, the end of 2024 to 25, they're looking to institute this in law. Man, it's about to get crazy out here. So I'm going to be talking about that. And let me tell you, folks, it's a lot of laws going on they're not telling us about. And they're keeping us distracted with what's going on with P. Diddy and TD Jakes, as if anyone didn't know all that stuff already, right? So here it comes. Here it comes. The law, even though they, the same people, did what? They backed the chaos long enough to divide. They was behind all of that, the courts and all that, to get the man out of the way, knowing that their true target would be that woman who's bringing forth the prophets. That's the real target, right? And we're going to be talking about that this coming Friday, which is what? Biblical prophecy. Biblical prophecy. And folks, they're fermenting. They are actually fueling a civil war. Okay? All of that and more this coming Friday. But guess what? Guess what? As long as there's breath, there's time. We can repent and come back under the hedge, because the Most High is allowing them to rip shop. Everyone that's under Satan, the Most High is allowing him to take them. It's time to come under a hedge. Even if it's not a man, come under the hedge of God in Christ. And that's for men, women, everyone. Because he's allowing Satan to take all those who belong to Satan. See you this Friday. We're going to have a real discussion this Friday. Real talk with that law that they're seeking to pass right up under our noses, which will attack directly our people who are living in the inner cities. They're coming after the women to take, and guess what? This law is to do what? To protect the children law is what it is. But really, that's right. It's empowering child protective services. This coming Friday. Shalom. May the Most High be with you. Stay prayed up. Sin not. Thank you. We had a full roster of elders up in the place tonight. I love you all. My brothers from the same mothers were the children of Israel. And guess what? We are back. Shalom.
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 Stay prayed up, sin not. Thank you, elders. We will soon see Israel. And keep in mind that the Most High is calling back the children of Israel. It's time to eat. Yeah.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel.
Sir, Shalom.
721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. So we be Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Nepali from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, our highest gathering